It's a bird bath.
It's a bird bath.
Is that just rainwater? Looks a little weird.
The birds seem to like it.
They're even singing a little tune. Toot, 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 toot.
Please don't do that.
You ready, Sally?
Brimore, I've been standing here for 7.5 minutes.
Just checking.
Do you have the map?
Yeah, but it's basically blank. Did you read the case file? What do you think?
I'm not sure yet. It's really not a lot to go on. Did you read it?
Yeah, I'll read it on the way to the crime scene.
Freya Fellow died whilst painting a portrait of Flora Fellow. Freya. She looks like a bird. Everybody looks like a bird.
It's a statue of some hideous, scaly, bipedal fish monster
Playing a harp.
playing a harp. Hang on a second. This...
Something tells me we're not going to solve this just yet.
Okay.
Let's come back later. It must do something.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you?
Hmm.
It's a stone carving. Wonder how it got cracked.
I think it's supposed to look like that. It's an egg.
What animal is that?
Looks like a griffin.
Hawk. Bear. Lizard.
Right, of course. A hawk bear lizard.
Hawk, bear, lizard.
This is some garden.
Do the plants all look a little strange to you?
This is some
Do
garden.
the plants all look a little...
Into the foyer. Nope, this is just the entrance.
Oh.
What?
Oh. There's an O on the floor.
There is.
Oh yeah. Tangle Tower.
Twir. Oh.
What?
Oh.
Tangle.
Twir.
Twir.
Is that an envelope?
It's been opened, but the letter's still in there. Let's read it.
Isn't that an invasion of someone's privacy?
Well, it's open, so...
No, definitely.
The envelope... The combination is drawn on the other sheet. Once you have it memorized, destroy it. I do not agree with your reasons. You will not find it down there. Alright.
Do you think he'll start to move if we try to go inside?
No, I think he'll just silently judge us. Should we ring the doorbell?
Why would we not? It's a little melody. Don't think it's locked.
Oh, that means we can just walk straight in, right?
I'm pretty sure that's the rule, yeah. Let's head to the crime scene first. It's at the top of the West Tower, I think. Let's head to the crime scene. It's at the top of the West Tower.
Well, let me go in. Okay.
Let's take a look at that painting first. There it is. The unfinished portrait of Flora Fellow.
So, what? Freya was killed halfway through painting it?
Looks that way.
I wonder if all of Freya's paintings are this creepy. Maybe it's just because she never got to finish it.
There's something wrong with the crime scene. And something really weird about the murder weapon.
We didn't find a murder weapon.
A gramophone was used to knock out Freya Fellow, but it was removed from the scene. Nope. fellow is holding a knife tipped with blood, but it was removed from the scene. That's not right. The paintbrush is completely covered in red paint, but it was removed from the scene. That's not right either.
Kind of just like, okay, it forced me into this and I didn't really have a chance to look at anything. That was kind of... What? Can I get out of this? I can't. So it's like I couldn't examine anything. Clicking on the painting automatically made me do this, so I have no idea. And there's no way to back out. This is kind of jank.
Flora's portrait is holding a knife tipped with blood, but it was removed from the scene. Almost. Maybe just... Flora's portrait is holding a knife tipped with red paint, but it was removed from the scene. That's not right either. Flora's portrait is holding a knife tipped with blood because Freya put it there. Almost. Maybe just... Flora's portrait is holding a knife tipped with blood because it stabbed Freya.
What?
Weird, huh?
You think Freya was stabbed by a painting? Not by the woman from the painting, but by the painting itself.
Mm-hmm. Freya was standing right up by the canvas when she was killed. There's blood on the knife. It's the murder weapon.
Right, but it's not actually a knife. It can't stab.
See any other knives around here? Case closed.
The case is not closed. And even if you were right, where does that leave us? A painting can't be a murder suspect.
Is that a gramophone?
I think so, except it's got a tape deck instead of a turntable.
It's also got a big crack down the middle.
What about the cassette tape?
Yeah, it sure is. Pink.
Do you think it still works?
The gramophone? We could give it a go. It's piano music.
Is that an egg? An egg with bird feet.
It's also covered in gemstones. What a completely ordinary object.
I think it's a container for something.
Those gems look like they come off. Nope.
Did you check? I'm pretty sure it explains where to put it.
Saw the button up here. I thought I was like, oh, what does this do? Purple. So this one. Like this. Green and red. Wait, it re-switches every single time you switch back? Hold on a sec, making sure. Nope. Red on long side. Blue here. Blue and purple. S shape. S shape. Purple, purple. So that weird shape is yellow and green. So this should
I
be.
guess that's wrong.
That's wrong.
Deal with those lines between the gems. They must mean something.
Okay, what did I mess up? Oh, this one perhaps?
I got it.
There we go.
I'm impressed. Did it unlock? What's in there?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Well, I'm not leaving without a clue. An empty egg is a clue, right?
Soft velvet. The egg is supported by a stand made of brass. It's rests on a strange feet with pointed claws. Alright.
Freya's painting supplies.
Glasses are cracked down one side.
Supposedly, Freya was working on the painting when she was killed. Looks like she was still holding her paintbrush and palette when she fell.
Didn't even get a chance to clean her brush. A bunch of old books, covered in dust now, but they look well read.
A little pot plant.
It's the only plant in the entire room.
Flora... Fellow?
Hey, sorry to barge in. I'm sure you're still in some distress.
We need to ask you a few questions, I'm afraid.
Did you witness the murder, Flora?
Nothing. What do we do?
Not sure. She's entitled to her silence, I suppose.
For now. Is there anything you'd like to tell us, Flora? I don't really know anything about you at all.
I think that's the way she likes it. We'll just have to ask other people about her.
Yeah, okay.
Freya was painting your portrait yesterday. Is that right?
Was this something you had planned with her ahead of time?
Was there something special about yesterday?
Did you talk to Freya at all while she was painting you?
She's not going to answer us, is she?
Nope. But at least we can say we tried. Flora, you were definitely in the room at the time of the murder. Surely you must have seen something?
Nah.
Can you tell me anything about what happened to Freya? She's acting pretty suspicious if you ask me.
He said it.
Maybe
Amogus.
she really doesn't know anything.
How is that possible? Were you close with Freya? How are you two related? Did you kill Freya?
Grimoire!
What? I don't even think she's listening.
Oh, she's listening.
Did you ask Freya to paint this? Or was it her idea?
What is that you're holding in the painting, Flora? Some people have been saying it's a knife.
Some. You're the only two people who said it's a knife.
Is this your gramophone?
Do you know why it's cracked?
She's not gonna answer. I might as well just go see somebody else, I guess.
A little hand-painted statue.
How can you tell it's hand-painted?
Well, the paints are right there on the desk. Also, I mean, no offense, but you can just tell.
Yep.
Nice. A real treasure chest.
How do you know there's treasure in there?
Why else would it be locked? Plus, there's a treasure map hanging directly above it. What's the deal with that painting on the front?
Not sure. We should check that treasure map too.
Oh, I see. This one? So it's like 4I? Maybe not. It's like right here. Unless it's from a different... Oh! Maybe the tree. Hold on a sec. It is this one, I think. Unless it's this one? Because there's the tree... Like, yeah, see? Right here. Island, dragon, tree. X marks spot. But I'm not entirely sure how you're supposed to read this. 4I... Oh, maybe cardinal direction. So it's south?
Nothing.
Did you check the treasure map for clues? And what about that painting on the chest itself?
4I. Unless it's 6I. Let's see, is there any other spot? Oh, wait. Dragon is closer in this one. It's closer than the mountain. Maybe it's this one? Maybe it's this one. 6H. South, maybe.
Still locked.
I think there's a connection between the painting and the treasure map. Like they're different versions of the same thing, maybe?
4I. 4I.
That was...
The padlock is just a grid reference for the map.
That was...
The padlock has 3 different inputs. Just a grid reference for the map.
That was...
The padlock just a grid reference for the map.
That
The
was...
padlock just a grid reference for the map.
It's a good reference for the map. It's like right here. I'm pretty sure that's this one. Not 6H. Oh, I know. Maybe it's a space in between. That could be it. Maybe it's a space in between them. 3I.
That was...
The padlock just a grid reference for the map.
That
The
was...
padlock just a grid reference for the map.
That
The
was...
padlock just a grid reference for the map.
That
The
was...
padlock just a grid reference for the map.
That
The
was...
padlock just a grid reference for the map.
Maybe not. Use treasure map to discover the combination for the padlock. It's that spot right there. I legitimately don't understand what the heck the cardinal directions are for. Unless it's backwards? Doesn't look like it, because then... Maybe it's backwards? Because this is closest, that's second closest, that's the furthest. And there's this. And they're like within a grid of one another. But yeah, as you can see, there's not really anything I can... Dragon, rock... Yeah, like, there's no other combination. It's just this one right here. Treasure map to discover combination.
That was
The padlock's just a grid reference for the map.
Oh. This one. Ah, there we go. That's why it was 6H. (6H) west?
That's done it.
There we go.
Neat.
I didn't see that one in the bottom left.
What was in the box?
More wooden models. These are a little different to the one on the desk.
It's a barometer, but it's
I've never seen a barometer that wasn't broken. We already solved it.
Right.
It's a drinking horn.
Is it full of ale? Or mead?
Right now, it's just full of dust.
Oh.
The entire room is made of wood.
Oh, it's not just made of wood. I think it's the actual hull of a ship. Sir? Can you hear me? I'm Private Detective Grimoire. I have some questions for you.
Grimoire. Good mysterious name. I'd rather like it. Felix Fellow at your beck and call.
And, this is my colleague, Sally.
Yeah, that's a perfectly good name as well.
Thanks.
If you would, Mr. Fellow, we really need to ask you about the murder.
Well, I must say I'm rather jealous of you two.
Oh yeah? Why's that?
Out here solving mysteries, exploring new places, uncovering secret rooms, hidden treasures. That's what life is all about.
Secret rooms?
Generally speaking, you know, that sort of thing.
So, Felix, what exactly do you, do?
Is it not obvious? I'm an explorer. Explorer/treasure hunter. Yes, well, best in the world.
We're talking like curse statues, spike pits.
It's a little more sophisticated than that. But I've certainly seen my share of danger, if that's what you're asking.
And, if I may ask, when did you retire?
You listen here. I may be between ventures right now, but it's simply not in my nature to stay in one place for too long. I go wherever the winds of destiny take me.
Don't you live here with your wife and daughter?
Yes, well, the Fellow family has certain loyalties, and with Flora the way she is...
Nothing wrong with raising a family, Mr. Fellow.
Don't misunderstand me. Fiona and Flora are my entire world. They are the greatest treasure of all.
Uh-huh.
Why on earth would you want to know about that?
The murder of Freya Fellow. The reason we're here?
Ah, right. Nasty business. Very unfortunate. I regret that I can't be of any help, but I wish you all the best in your investigation.
Hear that, Grimoire? We're done here. Let's go.
It's a simple question, Felix. I'm sure you're up to it.
Well, there's not much to tell. Mostly, I was in my room by myself, working on Flora's, working on a project.
Your room is quite close to Flora's tower. You didn't hear anything unusual?
What qualifies as unusual?
What have you got?
Uncommonly skilled as an artist, but Freya was so much more than her talent. She helped me get started with my own painting, you know. It taught me what she knew about wood carving, too. Tremendous patience. She was ever so good with dear Flora.
Freya and Flora were close?
Oh, yes, especially recently.
How are you related to Freya?
Somewhat distantly, as it happens. My father, Lord Fellow, was her grandfather. Technically, that makes her a fellow. Let's just say there was some discussion over whether she ought to carry the name at all. There's a family tree in the Grand Hall. You should take a look at it.
What about her inheritance?
Freya's parents died when she was around 3 years old. She came to live here shortly afterwards.
Nobody left her a thing?
I'm afraid not. She had no formal claim over anything at Tangle Tower. You're the one currently basking in his presence. You tell me.
Let's move on.
Dearest Flora, a remarkable woman. Oh, yes. Been married over 20 years now.
You two still get on?
Of course. What a question.
She hasn't gone quiet on you.
It's true she has an independent streak. She's had it her whole life. She's the youngest of 3. Always something of a lone wolf, you know? Just the way she is.
Lone wolf is putting it lightly. She doesn't seem to want to talk to anyone.
She just likes time to herself, away from the company of other humans.
Other humans?
Well, yes, other people, you know. Ah, you found it. What do you think, huh? I had to rush the final touches a little bit. It turned out all right, though.
What's it supposed to be?
It's Flora, of course, surrounded by all her favorite people. I've been carving for a couple of years now. I was hopeless when I started, but it didn't take me long to master it, as you can see.
Do you paint them yourself too?
I do indeed. Freya kindly taught me the basics. Nowadays, I can make just about anything I can imagine. Of course, this particular model is a self-portrait based on hard fact.
Oh, okay.
Fact, huh? So, you own a sword, Felix?
Of course. I own a great many. But my weapons are stored well away from Tangle Tower. Safety first and all that. It's unlike her to leave paint on the brush.
I think we'll give her a pass, given the circumstances.
Ah, yes. So we shall. Looks like Freya's paints.
Do you know why the pots are cracked down one side?
No, that's very odd. They're normally in excellent condition.
You seem pretty sure about that.
That looks like it might belong to Poppy. I'm as confused as you are. Rather ugly, isn't it, as far as statues go? Years of wind and rain have not been kind to it either.
Do you know what it is? The creature, I mean.
It's connected to the Remington family history in some way, but I can't recall.
Does Florin normally keep something in here?
She must do, but I admit I've never managed to work out what.
Why not just ask her?
I feel like if somebody keeps something locked away in a ceramic egg, it's because they don't want to be asked about it.
Rules to live by.
Flora's quite fond of that old thing. It's in poor shape, though.
Do you know what happened to it?
Can't say I do. It would have been a beautiful painting. It's rather a shame Freya was unable to finish it.
Nothing about it seems strange to you.
Well, all these modern paintings are slightly strange, aren't they? The emotion of the piece taking over from, say, anatomical accuracy.
What about the knife in Flora's hand?
A knife? That's what you see?
You don't?
Well, as I was saying, Freya's artistic approach distorts certain shapes. Hard to say exactly what we're looking at. Charming, isn't it? Yes. Built by the Remington family originally. Dear Flora's father and his associates.
But now it's owned by you? By the Fellow family?
The Fellows and the Pointers have both come to claim a certain degree of ownership.
And who named it Tangle Tower?
Flora chose the name.
What does it mean?
I think it was her intention that it mean nothing at all. Something of a fresh start.
From what?
This really isn't for me to say, but she had some kind of disagreement with her siblings. After they moved away, Flora changed the name of the house. I think perhaps she hoped it would make them feel unwelcome, is less likely to come back.
That's kind of extreme.
Yes, it is rather, isn't it? What's this?
It's my case file. It's how I know what I'm supposed to be doing.
You mean to say you're bound by the limits of what's written in this little document? Sounds dreadful.
I find it comforting.
It was dusk. A feeling lingered in the air. Malevolent? Perhaps. Uncertain as life itself.
Abridged version, please.
Right. Fine. I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room. The footsteps were calm, orderly, so I thought nothing of it. Shortly afterward, I heard a second set of footsteps, going the same way. This time I could tell just from the sound that something was wrong. So I looked out into the hallway. I got a glimpse of Poppy disappearing down the staircase to the floor below. Didn't know what to make of it, to be honest. I thought perhaps she'd had a disagreement with Fitz, as I know those two are close. So I looked into his room, just in case, but it was empty, as was the garden beyond his window. Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her. We went into Flora's room. Poor Freya was laying on the floor. Fiona, Poppy, Fitz, and Pointer were there already. Flora, too, of course. Soon enough, everyone else made their excuses and left.
Including you?
Not I. I stayed. Flora needed me.
An old wooden mask.
Probably cursed. Shelf junk.
Drawings taped up on the wall.
What's that one on the left?
Looks like two people standing together in a garden. One of them's holding a red rose.
That painting is really something.
Why would you want it looming over your bed like that?
Maybe Freya enjoyed the atmosphere it creates.
The atmosphere of chaos and oppression?
Hang on. There's a smaller version down by the floor.
It's a photograph.
Freya's bear.
Looks pretty depressed.
He's had a rough couple of days.
It's a little glass box.
I think it's a vivarium.
Come again?
See the leaves and twigs in there? Might have been for keeping insects.
A pillow with a paw print pattern.
It's a cushion.
Yeah, but that doesn't alliterate. It's Freya's bed. A little bit messy.
It's a perfectly healthy amount of messy.
Freya's plants. They must not need sunlight? Brushes, pencils.
They're clean, but they look pretty well used.
Even though we're halfway up a tower, someone's been tracking in mud from outside.
Painting supplies.
It's a fish, I think?
I think it looks more like a whale.
Fine, it's a whale.
Could also be a shark.
Not the kind of lamp I choose for my bedroom, but fair enough.
It's cool. Looks like old mining equipment or something.
Do you think this was always supposed to be a bedroom?
I don't know. It is kind of a weird shape.
No windows either.
Think I've got everything I can glean from here. Fifi, I think your name?
It's an illustrated book about birds.
It's been left open. Looks like somebody was halfway through reading it.
Or it was left open for us to find.
Ever so slightly unnerving.
Ink dip is a remarkably intelligent bird with a very long lifespan, even among avid mystids. Other birds are often aggressive towards it, and the ink dip lives most of its life alone. Wait, hold on a sec.
It's an illustrated
It's
book.
been left
It was left
ever
open.
so slightly unnerving.
Oh, I thought it was like... No.
Is that a snow globe?
Of sorts.
It's
Hey,
been
look at
smashed.
that. It's a model of Tangle Tower. There's the lake and those weird mountains.
It's been
What are you
repaired.
thinking?
That would make an amazing souvenir.
Hey, look at that. It's a what are you thinking?
That would make an amazing...
I'm not sure. Soil samples?
Books about...
These books are ancient history. I think they'd crumble into dust if I tried to pick them up.
Good excuse.
Thanks.
A chalkboard.
Is this a library or a classroom?
Math equations.
Don't look at them for too long. You'll give yourself a headache.
Any idea what this means?
Not a clue.
I'm not sure I learned anything from that.
Curious. I would expect bacteria of that nature to thrive in these conditions.
Excuse me.
Taking all the environmental factors into account, there must be something I am still missing.
May I talk to you? Miss?
She knows we're here. She just doesn't care.
I am a detective, and I need to talk...
Correction. You do not need to talk to me,
Oh no? How come?
because I am not a suspect. I am completely innocent of any and all crimes.
Thanks for letting me know.
Speaking of which, you have now been at Tangle Tower for over 23 minutes. Surely you have already reached a sturdy hypothesis.
A hypothesis? About the murder?
Yeah, come on, Grimoire, hurry up.
My apologies. Unfortunately, protocol dictates I must at least meet all the suspects. And that includes you. So, could you tell me your name?
Fifi Fellow, microbiologist, inventor, innovator. You will need to be more specific. Oneself cannot be summarized in a single response without doing one a great disservice.
So true.
Well, first of all, you're a fellow. So does that make you the daughter of...
Correct. My father and mother are named Flora and Felix, but you need not question either of them. It will only waste valuable time. Neither of them are capable of murder.
Thanks for the tip.
Fifi, you said you were a micro... something or other?
Microbiologist, but it is an insignificant label. My studies cannot be categorized in any one recognized field.
What made you want to become a scientist in the first place?
I harbor an intrinsic fascination with the microscopic. I constructed my first one at age 10.
Constructed a microscope?
Correct.
And what's that thing on your head? Did you make that too?
My eyesight began to deteriorate when I turned 12. Not satisfied with the eyeglasses prescribed to me, I designed this custom lens instead. It automatically adjusts based on the surrounding light conditions.
Does it glow red when you get angry?
No, but that would be most amusing. What can you tell me about the murder?
What can you tell me about... Wait, that's what I'm supposed to ask you.
Yes, however, you were too slow.
You fancy yourself a detective too, Fifi.
I just need to know what happened.
Me too. So talk.
Fine. I knew ahead of time that Freya was going to be busy with her painting all day, so I had planned to spend the afternoon with Poppy. I was in the library all morning preparing the equipment for an experiment, only to find out that Poppy had made other plans and she was in fact planning to ignore me completely.
Oh.
So what did you do instead?
I locked myself in my room and cried.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Why?
I don't know, it just sounds kind of sad.
It is not unusual.
Oh. Good.
Sag.
I was in my room. The lights were off and the door was locked. Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me. I opened the door. Poppy came into my room. Her makeup was leaking. She told me Freya was dead. I did not believe it. I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
Ouch.
She insisted that we go
Some
up to Flora's
smash.
tower. We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs. When I saw Freya lying on the floor, I was completely and utterly devastated. Then, I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting. Poppy and I took the sample back downstairs to the library. We performed a test and found out that it was, in fact, blood.
You performed that scientific test immediately, even though you were feeling so upset?
Of course. Why would one affect the other? Name, Freya Fellow. Age, 19. Profession, artist. Deceased. Understand this. Most people find me difficult. They exhibit a noticeable degree of discomfort when talking to me. There it is. Freya, who had a way of being an exception to any given rule, was not at all like this. She is very important, and I will not rest until I understand what has happened to her.
Did you spend a lot of time with Freya recently?
I will say this. In the past year, Freya became 1. Increasingly independent, and 2. Increasingly isolated.
Do you know why?
I do not. If you are looking for a speculative, empathetic opinion, try asking Poppy instead.
The three of you were friends.
We are of a similar age, and all highly gifted. 1 scientist, 1 artist, and 1 musician.
Sounds like quite a team.
The statue itself does not interest me, but I do wish to know about those symbols on the harp. Have you deciphered their meaning yet?
We're working on it.
We are.
Curious. A wooden carving of my father, made by my father. Although, now that I look at it, I do not understand how he was able to paint the red parts without any red paint. It is a model of Freya, made by my father.
A model of Flora, you mean?
And a man with a beard. And a little red and white creature.
Why would my father make a model of Freya? I believe Freya was attempting to communicate something through this painting.
Any idea what it was?
I am not the person to ask. All I see is a blood-red mountain with angry storm clouds brewing above it. As such, I cannot ascertain any meaning from it whatsoever.
Do you know who was reading this book?
It belongs to my mother.
And she left it in the library?
No, my mother has not been in the library for some time.
Is she laughing?
The gramophone belongs to Poppy, but I believe she gave it to my mother, and my mother often loaned it to Freya. Or maybe it is the other way around.
When did it get cracked?
I cannot pinpoint it exactly. All I know is that it must have happened sometime in the last 2 days. That belongs to my mother. I think she must be fond of eggs. There are a number of egg-shaped carvings to be found in the garden and in the Grand Hall.
Yeah, what's the deal with all the eggs?
Some people just like eggs.
They just like eggs.
I require facts. What do you know?
Well, we know Freya was stabbed with a knife, and then she fell—
Correction. She was stabbed with something. There was no knife found at the crime scene,
Apart from the one in the painting.
which as a mere abstract representation does not count. Nobody has ever been stabbed by the concept of a knife.
Fifi's bedroom should be unlocked now.
Can't wait.
There's something about the image of Flora in the painting. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
There it is. The unfinished portrait.
So,
Looks that way. So, this painting, specifically that knife in Flora's hand.
yeah, it's creepy.
It's not a knife.
That we didn't find a knife anywhere in the room.
It's because
So
it's a
what's going
feather.
on?
I think it's a feather for that bird that was in the book.
It's not a knife.
It's a feather.
We need a clue to compare with the painting. Something to explain what that knife shape actually is.
Book.
Let's take a closer look at this.
Yeah, see, look, right there.
The painted knife is actually just a feather from an ink-dip bird.
It's definitely the right shape, but the book's not in color. The thing Flora's holding in the painting is red and white, specifically. Is there anything to suggest that the ink dip bird is red and white too?
I don't have anything, it seems. Doesn't seem like it. Oh, there it is.
This little thing? I don't understand why Felix would make a model of this bird as part of a gift for Flora. And come to think of it, why would Flora be holding a feather in the painting anyway?
was Flora's pet, so she kept a single feather to remember it by.
She kept the bird as a pet. And it died?
Maybe it flew away.
Flora spends all her time staring out the window.
Either way, she kept the feather. I think it was pretty important to her.
All right. So she was holding the feather while Freya was painting her. But where is it now? You'd think she'd keep it somewhere close by.
Yeah, I think she does. Normally. This is where Flora usually keeps her feather.
Probably this.
But we opened it. It's empty.
Mm-hmm. Completely empty. Flora? She's pointing at something in the corner of the room.
It's just a pile of books. They're not... Wait. There's something tucked inside this one.
Burb.
I like these drawings, Flora.
Is there a reason why you wanted us to see them? The outline of Freya. There's a single patch of blood. No real signs of a struggle.
That's weird.
What?
Her feet were right up by the canvas.
So?
So she was probably standing really close to the canvas when she fell.
Let's check the case file again. There's a
That's weird.
What?
Her feet were right
So?
up. So she was probably...
Let's check the case file again.
Standing really close to it.
The whole room is a
Yeah,
strange-
there might be a reason for that.
That's the only door.
It's also...
Sure is. Guessing
It's so dark.
somehow the sunlight... We're at the top
I
of...
think so.
Doesn't matter. It's nothing. Half the room.
I don't know if you can... It's more like the sudden absence of wall.
Okay. But there's this room on the opposite side. Oh. Another person.
There's a metal plaque on the bench.
Is there a message engraved on it?
I think there was at one point, but someone scratched it off. A wooden trunk.
I want one.
Whoa. Nice cape.
You're not fellows or pointers. I'm sure I shall immediately regret asking. But who are you, and what is your business here?
I'm Sally, and this is my sidekick, Grimoire.
A private detective, Grimoire.
Really? You're a detective. If this is a joke, it's not a good one.
Who are you, anyway?
Private Detective Hawkshaw.
Oh, nice. Hawkshaw's a cooler name than Grimoire. Maybe I'll become her sidekick.
You're not on the Freya Fellow case, too, are you?
That is classified information between myself and my client. Clearly, this is something which eludes you. But a real detective refrains from handing out informations to persons unknown.
Oh, right.
Now, if you would, I have work to do. It's not in my interest to discuss personal details.
Even if you're one of the suspects in a murder?
Very well. Let us make a small exception. Ask.
Oh, what are you doing here?
I'm on a case at the behest of my client.
How long have you been at Tangle Tower?
133 hours. 5.5 days.
Who are you working for?
I am not at liberty to answer that. Now, I shall permit you one more question.
What crime are you...
How'd you get that scar? It's cool.
You really think so? As it happens, I completed an examination of Flora's room on the morning before the murder. I've been investigating every single room at Tangle Tower. Hers is one of the last on my list.
Did you find anything unusual?
Nothing but a thin layer of dust and an atmosphere of somber melancholy.
Was Flora in there at the time?
She spent the duration of my search staring up at the sky, out the open window. Didn't say a word, although I'm told this is the expected behavior.
What did you do after that?
I spent the early evening searching the library. It took longer than it should have. Fiona leaves that room in a permanent state of disarray.
Fiona was in the library too?
I expected her to make an appearance, but she did not.
And you stayed in the library the rest of the day?
Not quite. Towards the early evening, my examination of the library was unexpectedly disrupted. Sounds of running, wailing, shouting from several floors above. I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared. He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. Our eyes met. He was breathless. Something had caused him great alarm. He told me to stay out of the way. I consented. I decided to return to my office in the stone square. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me. She was clutching the banister of the Pointer staircase with an apprehensive manner. She wished to know where Professor Pointer had gone. I told her what had transpired. Then, she too crossed the hall and disappeared up the fellow staircase. More so than at any moment prior, I felt like quite an intruder in the house. I took my leave, out towards the stone square. The grounds were silent. There were no signs of human life. Even the greenhouse was without its typical inhabitant. I noted that he, too, must be entangled in whatever was transpiring in Fellow Tower. An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance. He spoke to me of what had occurred. His report was as clumsy and cumbersome as the man giving it.
Did he seem upset?
He was rattled. That much was clear. But sorrowful, mournful, I cannot say.
A giant glowing gemstone full of plants.
AKA a greenhouse. A little chart of, actually, I have no idea what it's about.
Do I need to write this down? Maybe. I'll write it down. Nice paper folding ASMR. Better yet, maybe I should just take a photo. Just take a photo. Easy, really.
What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot.
Is that fruit? It's shaped like fruit.
Too shiny to be fruit. I think it's glowing a little too.
Safe to eat, do you think?
I'm gonna say no. Tools, used by a gardener for gardening.
This one's in a little pot.
Okay, that is definitely not edible.
It looks like a gemstone, don't you think? It's glass, but
Total oxymoron.
I am not.
That's a handsome beetle. Looks like he might have magic powers.
Sally, don't move. We're being watched.
Yeah, I see him. He's a little too big to hide in the bushes. Is anyone going to say anything? Or shall we just stand around staring at each other?
Right, sorry.
Sorry.
That's better. I'm Sally. And the guy hiding behind me is Detective Grimoire. Who are you?
Fitzfellow, the gardener.
Mm-hmm. And why are you so tall?
I don't know.
You work here as the gardener.
I don't get paid to do it. It's just my area of interest.
What's the deal with the plants? They're all kinda weird.
Right. Did you see the lake?
That giant green and purple lake surrounding the entire house? Yeah, I clocked it.
The color is just a byproduct.
Of what? Poison?
It's not poisonous. Not to you.
What's this got to do with the plants?
The water controls all life, just like anywhere else on the planet. Clouds form, rain falls. The water grows the plants, animals eat the plants. Anything you've perceived as an irregularity is simply a result of this hydrological cycle.
Could you say that again, but like condense it as if you were talking to a slightly stupid person?
Our lake water causes the unpredictable alteration of DNA. Sometimes.
Alteration? Like mutation?
That'd be the official term. For us, it's normal. Just nature.
And you're the local expert on all this stuff?
No. I'm just the gardener. I was in my greenhouse, watering and weeding.
Sounds exciting.
Was anyone else around?
Not at first. Penelope came in a little later. She likes looking at the flowers, I think.
Did you speak to each other?
A little, not too much. We both left the greenhouse in the early afternoon. I went up to my room. Then I came back outside to weed the main gardens. Didn't see anyone else. After that, I went up to the garden outside my room.
And?
Let me guess. Watering and weeding.
Right.
Did anything happen to you yesterday, Fitz?
I was up in the rooftop garden. It was quiet. And then, it wasn't. I can't describe it. Could have been a scream, but it didn't sound human. We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
We?
Poppy was with me. Did I not mention that? Flora's room was locked. That's normal. She usually locks it from the inside. I knocked on the door and shouted. Nobody responded. We became concerned.
You kicked the door down?
I did. Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back. Flora was there too, but I barely noticed her at first. Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too. Penelope arrived shortly after that, with Felix in tow. I thought that was odd. You don't normally see the two of them together. Felix took charge. There was nothing else I could do to help. I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything. I found her pacing back and forth around the stone square. When I approached her, she snapped at me. I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent. She questioned me.
About what?
My work, the plants, bit of everything.
Did she search the greenhouse?
No, she didn't.
You sure? Maybe she did it when you weren't in there.
No, she hasn't touched it.
How can you tell?
Trust me. I can tell.
Just trust me, bro.
This is a good example of how things work. I mix that soil here in the greenhouse. It's made with water from the lake.
And it makes the fruit grow all shiny and gem-stony.
Sometimes. You never really know what's going to happen.
And what do you do with this shiny and edible fruit?
You look at it. That's quite sweet, really.
Fitz's room is unlocked. It's
This
up.
could be interesting.
Ugh. Spartan.
Hello.
Not hidden very well, is it?
Doesn't need to be. It's locked.
Oh.
It's a combination lock. Sort of.
I don't know. Might have to come back to this one later. Kind of 5-head. I just don't really know what to glean from this. There's 2 colors of one. But I don't think that has anything to do with it, does it?
Nothing.
Maybe if you move the paper around, you'll find a clue.
This doesn't look correct. Or maybe it is.
Still locked.
I think the lines drawn on the paper correspond with the shapes in the combination lock.
I mean, yeah, they do, but it doesn't. They don't. You're not gleaning any information from correct order. It's like, which way is the correct order? You think?
That was
It
incorrect.
looks like there are 4 ways the various bits of paper can fit together. It's like a jigsaw puzzle, but with multiple solutions.
I guess. But it does. You're not gleaning the correct answer from looking at the paper, though. Oh, you are? Okay. Okay. Maybe. Yeah. The shapes are predetermined. Okay, that makes that a little easier. So, there's one. And then the drop was the second one. Bulbous drop. That's that one. And this one. Right here. No. Maybe.
That was.
It looks like there are... It's like a jigsaw puzzle.
I did it. What do I win?
Not bad. Anything in there?
Yeah, it's wrapped in a cloth. Hold on. Huh. That's kind of ominous.
It's a trowel with PP and FF on it. Fits. And then the other girl, Potter. Yeah.
An empty glass and an empty plate.
Looking at it is making me want to cry.
Why?
I don't know.
Doesn't look soft. It's a little handmade card. Inside it says, to Fitz, from PP.
PP, he said
That
it.
poor plant.
Looks pretty healthy to me.
Healthy, but sad. I think it would rather be outside.
It's locked.
I thought we were halfway up a tower.
We are.
What's that thing by the handle?
Oh. Nothing.
The
Still,
tiles have all got that same sun symbol on them.
those moon symbols in the slots.
Maybe they're connected, but
Nope.
maybe the information we need isn't
So
here.
where is it?
Somewhere else. Let's come back once we know what.
Oh, whatever it is, it's...
Well, it is the music room. He's got to practice.
What's with all the broken glass? One old,
Yep.
25 dry old books,
Mm-hmm.
4 lit candles.
Yeah.
Am I the only one seeing the problem?
Asking for a fire.
Sheet music. It's handwritten.
That's a lot of notes. Looks pretty difficult.
Probably why they're on the floor.
Gothic
Are you a ghost?
girlfriend?
Sally! That's rude!
You can't just ask a ghost, are they a ghost?
It may come as a disappointment, but I am alive.
Ah,
That makes you a suspect, I'm afraid.
I know.
what's your name?
My name is Poppy.
Poppy?
I'm a pointer
Pointer.
and a pianist.
We'll
Pianist?
need to ask you a few questions about Freya.
Poppy Potter the
I know.
pianist.
Hey, you're pretty good.
All in the wrist. And 13 years of dedicated practice.
Hold on a sec.
Is that a gardening trowel?
Yeah, I think it belongs to Fitz.
Really? Huh. Never seen him use it.
I mean, it's got PP and stuff on it.
Don't look at me. I didn't break it.
Does anybody else use the music room?
Yes. I don't know who, but I can tell when somebody else has touched the piano. I'm just me. There's nothing to know.
How are you related to the other pointers?
My father is Percival Pointer. The professor spends most of his time hidden away in his tower. Barely speaks to anyone these days, especially not the fellows.
Do you get on with the fellows?
2 of them. Fifi and Freya are my closest friends. We all turned 19 last year.
Do people ever leave Tangle Tower? I don't mean to be rude. It's just, if you're 19...
You don't have to answer that, Poppy.
It's a fair question. I'd like to move away, definitely. Fifi, Freya, and I would often talk about it, argue about it. Freya wanted to leave, but Fifi... things are more complicated for her.
What about now?
After what happened, I really don't want to stay here much longer. 3.5 hours of piano practice, soon as I wake up. Same as always.
3.5. Does that not hurt your hands?
Sure.
And you do this in the music room?
No, I prefer to practice in my room. When I make mistakes, I like to make them in private.
What did you do after that?
I was supposed to meet Fifi in the library, but I totally forgot. When I finally got down there, she'd already gone. I checked her bedroom, but it was locked.
Was Fifi not in there?
No idea. She keeps her door locked either way, so I went back upstairs and out into the moonlight garden.
The what?
The little garden on the roof outside my room.
Was it just you up there?
No. Fitz came outside after a while. His room's on the other side. He's been teaching me about flowers.
So, did you talk to him?
Not really.
You ignored each other.
I didn't say that. Fitz and I were up in the moonlight garden most of the afternoon. Then we heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds. I've been trying to decide how to describe it, but I'm struggling. It was like something drilling into a piece of metal, but different. Worse. I was pretty sure it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there to check. Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. I knew Freya and Flora were both supposed to be in there, so I made Fitz kick down the door. I went inside. Freya was lying on the floor.
Flora was in the room too?
Yeah. I think she realized what had happened at the same moment I did. I didn't know what to do, so I ran downstairs to get Fifi. Her door was still locked, but I knocked and shouted at her. Eventually, she let me in. The lights were off, but I could see she'd already been crying. I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry. First time I've ever seen her angry. I dragged her out into the hall. My father was there too, for some reason. The three of us went back up to Flora's tower. Then Felix arrived. He had Penny with him. Fifi had this idea. She wanted to do some kind of scientific test. She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes. After she was done, she went back upstairs and I went back to my room.
That's it?
That's it. When I first saw it, I thought it looked like Flora was holding a knife with blood on the tip.
You don't think that anymore?
No, it was a stupid thing to say. The room was dark. I was in shock. I'm just an idiot.
But it was blood on the tip. If you hadn't said anything, maybe Fifi wouldn't have checked.
Exactly. It's stupid.
But we would have missed out on an important clue.
Is it a clue? Really? Tell me how it's a clue. Tell me how it helps. Nothing about the knife makes any sense. It's just freaking everyone out. Wish I'd never said anything. Oh, you've been to the greenhouse? What did you think?
Impressive, I guess. But kind of unsettling, with Fitz lurking in the shadows the whole time.
Yeah, he does that.
All right. Poppy's bedroom is unlocked.
I wonder what's in there. Ah, yes, a giant symbol drawn in chalk on the floor. Always a good omen.
It's an eye.
Sheet music.
It's
Presume.
only a few notes.
Yeah, it's been framed though. Must be important for some reason. There's a name for this kind of piano. You know, these ones that stand upright?
It's an octopus.
No, it's not. It has 6 legs, not 8. Don't say it.
Sextopus.
Oh, thank goodness, there are 7 lit candles. Wouldn't want it to be dark in here. Anything in the drawers?
Nothing you need to know about.
That is the bed of a vampire.
I thought vampires slept in coffins.
This is a vampire who needs firm support for their lower back.
Correct.
Anything in the wardrobe?
Dresses mostly. I never realized there are so many shades of black.
A lamp. It is most definitely turned off. Empty. A big glass door leads out into a garden.
There's a little mechanism by the handle.
Okay. Oh, of course, of course. Well, now I know how to solve it. Circle, circle, circle. I think it's like this on this end. So it's like maybe something like that. I know how to solve it now. I just gotta
I guess
leave.
we'll come back later.
All right, hold on a sec. Do I want to check this or do I want to check this? I don't think it matters really at the moment. So
It's locked.
I
But
thought
we
were.
are.
What's that thing by the...
something like that. All right, so here, here, and here.
It made a noise.
I guess that was right. And the door's still locked.
I still feel like we made some sort of progress.
Wait, really? Did I get that wrong?
We already...
Yeah, but the door didn't unlock.
Maybe I got it wrong. Hold on a second. Moon, moon, moon. Maybe I put the moons in the wrong place.
A big glass door leads out.
There's a little mechanism.
I did.
Something happened.
That must be it. Finally, it's open.
Whatever's on the other side.
I don't think there should be anybody out here. There's a pair of headphones on this frog here. Frog, please.
It's another little statue.
He's playing a lute this time.
He's also wearing headphones.
Well, they're not part of the statue, and they're not headphones. They're earmuffs.
Earmuffs? Okay.
Giant stone frog.
Yeah, he's got his tongue out like he's catching snowflakes.
Except those aren't snowflakes. They're feathers.
A bunch of feathers.
It's a rose bush. Apart from a couple
The
of...
roses are bright.
aren't roses
Exactly.
a little pond?
It looks really, really deep. For some reason. See those metal bars around the edges
Oh,
too?
yeah.
Nothing anymore. Looks like somebody broke them and then never bothered to fix it. That's one big dragonfly.
Or one very small dragon.
It's a two-person bench.
Now, what makes it a two-person bench specifically? It looks pretty standard to me.
It's so relaxing. I might just stay here.
Oh, shall I go finish that?
That'd be great.
Trees.
In a garden.
In a garden.
I think I got everything.
It's the door into...
One of only two ways to get
Oh,
into.
yeah. The door into...
So,
I guess so.
All right, so that's the roof garden. I guess go to this room. It looks like an aviary. It is. Bird woman.
My little writing desk.
there's nothing written in the book, although someone's torn a page.
Bird diagrams.
They're beautiful. Someone really knows their stuff.
Oh, just beautiful. What is it?
Huh?
Sort of a delicate jade, but with a little seafoam green, is that right?
Sorry?
Your hair, dear! Which shade do you use? It's lovely! In that shape, you're really pushing the envelope.
Oh, thanks. I do what I can to offset Grimoire's beige on brown ensemble.
Detectives don't need to be brightly colored. We prefer to blend into the background.
Oh, you're the detective? Delightful. Penny Pointer, pleasure.
Is that short for Penelope?
Officially, yes, but I never can be bothered with all 4 syllables of it. Penelope sounds a little ostentatious coming out of the mouth, don't you think?
Sure. Yeah.
20-something, Aquarius, love to travel, and nearly all of my friends are birds.
Travel? Where to?
Anywhere at all, as long as it has species worth studying. Ornithology, they call it. I call it the only thing I've ever been good at.
And have you studied the birds here at Tangle Tower?
But of course! Where else do you think I developed my love of the field? No matter where I go, I always find myself coming home to Tangle Tower.
Because of the birds.
Oh, no, because of him! Silly to admit, but I suppose I can't bear for us to be
Fitz.
apart.
Okay, so Penny's
Who are you talking about?
Penny Pointer in
Oh,
Fitz.
don't you know? My fiancé.
My fiancé.
Dear Fitz.
Oh.
He's not really the traveling type, you see.
Fitz fellow.
He never
Very
mentioned
well.
her.
You're engaged to a member of the Fellow family? That's interesting.
I'm not especially interested in whatever tedious feuding goes on between our two families. Fitz and I find it much easier to stay out of it altogether. Oh, did Fitz show you that?
Not exactly.
We found it hidden under his bed.
Ah, right. Looks a little simple for Poppy, doesn't it? I thought she was a
It's
grade
like
12 or
An
something.
I didn't know there were that many grades.
F.
I'm sure they invented some new ones just for her. Lovely. There used to be all kinds of birds here at Tangle Tower. The most fascinating breeds, all totally unique.
Used to be? There are birds all over the place.
Most of them are rather ordinary, I'm afraid.
What happened to the non-ordinary ones?
That is a very good question. Hello. Who penned this juicy little number?
We don't know. It's not signed.
An anonymous letter? Classic clue.
She seemed like somebody who would want to be interested
Somebody
in that.
taking an interest in extinct animals.
Extinct.
Oh, yes. The book is very old. Most of the birds in it are long gone.
Well, what about this bird, though? The ink dip.
This one, well, it was thought to be extinct for a long time. Then one was found here at Tangle Tower.
So it's not extinct.
You misunderstand. It was the last one. The very last.
Oh.
It's that bird. But these must have been drawn at least a year ago. Oh, how sad. I awoke early and headed down into the greenhouse to see Fitz. He's always there. Crack of dawn, every morning like clockwork.
How come?
It's where he's happiest. That, and he has a great deal of work to do every day. Watering, pruning, mulching, whatever that is.
Do you help him with the work in the greenhouse?
Oh, no. I wouldn't dream of it. I'd probably break something.
So, you stayed with Fitz the whole day?
No. In the early afternoon, he went back inside. Rather suddenly, as it happens.
Did he say why?
He didn't. Probably just a touch of heat stroke, the poor dear. He's more delicate than you'd think.
What did you do after that?
Let's see. I returned to the aviary to feed my birds.
And how many birds are you responsible for?
Officially 4, but in truth it's more like 400.
Can they not feed themselves?
Of course, and they often do. But I think they just like the company. As do I. Sometime in the evening, I left the aviary and headed back towards my room. But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs. He was muttering something. Seemed a bit upset, the poor dear. I followed him down, but the grand hall was empty by the time I got there. Empty aside from Detective Hawkshaw, who was loitering over by the library. I don't know what it was, but she looked a little lost. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the Fellow Tower. I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path. For some reason, he was coming out of Fitz's bedroom. He looked rather lost, too. I told him I was looking for Uncle. He suggested we look up in Flora's tower room. We could see from the hallway. The door was off its hinges. I knew then something was terribly wrong. A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya. Uncle Pointer was there. Fitz, too, standing over in the corner with Fifi and Poppy.
What about Flora?
Of course, silent as ever. Uncle suggested we should leave. Give the others some space, you know. So he and I both returned to our rooms in Pointer Tower. She's a most unsavory little... She was incredibly rude about my appearance.
Which part? The giant bird arms, or...
If I were her, I'd go easy on the judgment of others. I mean, look at her. She looks like the ghost of a scarecrow. I just wish Uncle Pointer would tell her to behave herself.
Professor Pointer? Why him?
Oh, it was Uncle that called her in. She's his responsibility. Did you not know that? Oh, she's beautiful. Who is she? Wait, is that me? She'd sit in the aviary, first thing in the morning, and paint the birds. Sometimes she'd ask me their names.
Freya was interested in studying bird species too?
No, just wanted to know their names. Isabelle, Clementine, Myrtle, Lysandre, Genevieve.
Got it, thanks.
For my 21st birthday, she gave me a framed painting. All the birds from a single spring, with their names written underneath. I can't begin to tell you how much I've treasured it.
Sounds like you two were close.
I feel like I always struggled to articulate my admiration for her, but she had a way of understanding unspoken things. She mostly ignores me, if I'm honest.
How come?
Well, we're not quite on the same intellectual level.
Oh, you don't need to.
No, it's quite all right. I'm comfortable with it. Oh, did you talk to Poppy already?
Yeah, a little bit.
And did you make any notes of what she told you?
Yeah, I did.
Lovely. Burn them. It'll all be lies.
Why would Poppy lie to us?
Because that's what she does. She's a snake. Looks like one, too.
Don't you think you're being a little unfair, Penny?
She started it. Haven't seen this one in a while. He lives in the music room, doesn't he?
Currently. We can get into Penny's room now.
Now, like, right now?
That's some flower.
There's something weird about it. It just feels out of place. It's a birdhouse.
Are those real birds? Nope.
They're using up all the perches. What if a real bird wanted to use it?
Nope.
There must be some logic to how the birds are arranged. Something to do with those white lines.
Oh. Nothing.
I think the birds are related to each other.
I mean, like... that, maybe?
I guess that's
It's a family tree. The colors need to start with blue and yellow at the top.
Blue and yellow. green, red. There we go.
No, that was it.
Nice work. Did the door open?
Now I'll get her. Rooftop garden.
Traveling cases.
Empty. All of them.
A little tea set.
One of the cups has tea in it.
What's in the other one?
Birdseed. A little bedtime reading?
Let's see. Romance novels, detective novels, and
What?
this one appears to be both.
Nice.
Ever get the feeling you're being watched?
The mannequins don't have eyes, though.
That's not a comforting sentence. Ever get the feeling you're being...
mannequins-
That's not... Looks like nature and rude.
You know, I've always wanted one of those.
A mechanical solar system? What would you do with it?
I would look at it.
Wait a minute. Earth in the middle, sun on the outside. How old is this thing? Nothing.
So there are two ways to move the shadows. Rotate the planets, and rotate the sun and moon.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Mhm.
That's the one.
Hey, not bad. Did you hear that?
There's a little hatch underneath?
A bunch of paper. Looks like somebody's research.
Bug. Gold bug.
It's tidier than my desk. Oh, the notebook is untouched.
So, even the most well-used notebooks start off blank.
It's tidier than my desk.
So, even the most well-used notebooks.
It's a chart of the solar... Which planet? A spyglass?
They're in very good condition.
Trinkets.
They're clearly gizmo.
It's too cloudy.
It's also daytime. Pretty.
It's too cloudy.
It's also daytime.
Shh, listen. Do you hear them? The stars. They're whispering. So quiet, and yet so loud.
What are they whispering about? Are they spreading rumors about us?
I shouldn't think they concern themselves with such insignificance. We are but specks of dust, you and I.
Mm-hmm. Could this speck of dust start by telling me his name?
You find yourself standing in the astronomy tower of one Professor Percival Pointer.
Seems like this tower belongs to the Pointers, and the other one belongs to the Fellows.
Well observed, my dear. Tangle Tower is something of a duality as it happens. Meaningless boundaries, really. They exist only in our minds.
Helpful.
Me? Not much to say. Strictly speaking, I'm the current head of the Pointer family. And of course, father to my precious Poppy.
And a professional astronomer?
Oh no, that's just a little hobby. I mean, yes, I've studied the stars for over 35 years, published 17 books.
Just a little hobby.
Sounds like you're quite well known. You must bring in a good amount of money.
Oh dear me, no. My field of research has never yielded any kind of stable financial return, nor would I expect it to. I am nothing but a humble interpreter for the cosmos, working to translate its message so that I may share it with the world.
Cool. Tell the cosmos I say hi.
Or some say Cosm.
The day began as any other, with blissful, unremarkable routine. I took my usual morning walk around the gardens. Fresh air does wonders for the mind.
Did you see anyone else?
Penelope and Fitz were in the greenhouse together. I didn't bother them, of course. I sat for a while besides the pond in the garden. It's a favorite spot of mine. Eventually, I returned to my tower and buried myself in my studies for the afternoon.
Did you use your telescope yesterday?
Once the stars began to appear, naturally.
For how long?
I can't say. I've been known to lose hours at my telescope.
Did you see anything?
No actual discoveries, if that's what you mean.
So you were all alone up in the astronomy tower. Must have been a while before you found out what had happened to Freya.
Quite. Normally, I would be the last to find out about such a thing. But a curious tug of fate led me towards the fellow tower later that evening. I was at my telescope for the majority of the evening, but at one point I returned to my desk to look something up in a reference book. I couldn't find the book I wanted, so I figured Fiona must have borrowed it. I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall. I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library. She looked impatient and slightly frustrated.
Same as ever, then?
Quite. I passed her by and went upstairs to Fiona's room. The door was locked, but I could hear shouting coming from inside. I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter. I had no desire to invade their privacy by eavesdropping, so I waited for them to finish and come out into the hall. Before I could ask about the book, Poppy grabbed my hand and took me upstairs along with Fiona. It was apparent that both of them had already been crying about something. We went up to Flora's tower. Freya was laying on her back, right in the middle of the room. Flora and Fitz were already there. They both looked stoic as ever. Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did, and then Fiona went downstairs with Poppy for some reason. I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
Why did you leave so quickly? Wasn't there anything you could have done to help?
Don't take this the wrong way, but the whole ordeal is fellow family business. I'm quite sure they don't need me getting in the way at a time like that.
Wait, so then why did he hire her?
Hard to read, that one, but she seems to know what she's doing.
She's kind of mean.
You know, I simply assumed all detectives were sharp, rigorous, and thorough. Then, of course, I met you.
Huh.
Ah, Penelope, our resident ornithologist.
Penny's your niece, is that right?
At this moment in time, until she marries the gardener.
She'll still be your niece.
But she'll depart from the world of the Pointers and join the Fellows. Like rats deserve
I'm kind
a
of
sinking
suspicious
ship.
of Penelope. Because several people have given me the same alibi, except for Penny. Penny followed Pointer, so Pointer probably would have mentioned something about her presence, but he only mentioned her at the very end. Her alibi seems to not add up. Everybody else's alibi seems to add up pretty well. But hers is the off one. I clicked off. There we go.
That's all the statements.
Let's go over them all.
Yeah, Penelope is the only one that seems to be not add up. Suspect
That's
statement.
all the statements collected. Let's run through them all to see if anything doesn't add up.
To see if anyone's been lying.
That too.
Fitz and I were up in the Moonlight Garden most of the afternoon. Then we heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds.
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. So I made Fitz kick down the door.
Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back.
I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall.
But
Looking for a
in
book.
the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs. I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared.
I didn't know what to do. So I ran downstairs to get Fifi.
I heard someone heading down the stairs. Just outside.
Someone began banging on the door.
Eventually, she let me in.
I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library.
Emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower.
I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry.
I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter.
We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs.
I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path.
Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer. So I escorted her.
Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too.
Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did.
A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya.
Then I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting.
She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes.
I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything.
An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance.
I think she was annoyed about being made to
So
wait
why is
outside
Hawkshaw
so
here?
long. But when I told her about Freya, she felt
Why was
silent.
Hawkshaw here? Hawkshaw is the one that stands out
What
now.
is?
All the statements line up with each other.
They don't just line up. Some of them even seem to specifically confirm each other.
Fifi's room? Alright. Oh, wait, her room's there.
I don't know what that drink is, but I bet
I'd read you the ingredients, but there's nothing written on the can.
that's even worse. Boxes of stuff.
It's a magnifying glass.
How come you don't have one of those?
Why? Because I'm a detective? Should I start smoking a pipe too?
You couldn't pull off a pipe.
A new suspect! Don't think you can get out being questioned just because you're a bear.
I'm innocent, I promise.
Save it for the judge. Fifi's got something pinned up here.
What is all this? It's a drawing of Penny.
Looks like Professor Pointer.
It's Detective Hawkshaw.
I think that's supposed to be Felix. Is that supposed to be me?
That's just the face you make when you're thinking. It does make you wonder, though. When did Fifi draw all this? It's Poppy. That's actually looks like Fitz.
That's gotta be Flora. And that's you, Sally.
What? I do not look like that, do I?
Did you notice who isn't on here?
Fifi.
Freya?
Mm-hmm. And Fifi herself. A pretty ornate window.
We're supposed to be looking for clues, not...
And over here, you'll see the owner's use cheese. A simple trick, but it really transforms. That's a whole lot of books.
Yes, confront Fifi about it.
Who is this her?
Well, I don't know exactly.
Then how can I meaningfully... Next! Now this is interesting. Where did you find it?
In the astronomy tower.
And yet, it does not concern the field of astronomy.
Nope.
In fact, you could even say that entomology is the exact opposite of astronomy.
Yeah, you could.
I would not say that, however.
Oh, you wouldn't?
Hey,
No,
Shazza.
it would be quite naive. To study science in any field is to study the connections between all matter in the universe, living or inanimate.
What's wrong?
Earmuffs do not go on statues.
Oh, I know. I got a potted plant I can show to Fitz. It's a murder mystery that I'm playing. Who done it? Who? I didn't mean to leave. I meant to click on Fitz. This.
A flower.
Yeah, it's a flower. We found it in Penny's room.
Okay.
Mean anything to you?
Why would it?
Come on.
I don't really go into Penny's room or anywhere in Pointer Tower. I just don't have a reason to.
No, alright.
We found these up in the rooftop garden. Do you know how long they've been there?
No, could have been a long time. We don't ever really clear up the rooftop garden.
Why not?
Nature is unruly. In truth, it prefers to be left alone. How odd.
This is yours, Fitz?
Yeah,
Do you use it?
I keep all my tools in the greenhouse.
That wasn't what she asked.
Those petals, they,
What?
they're red.
They're red. Thinking about where to go. What do you... We should search Poppy's room now? Poppy's room? Okay. I don't think there's anything I could remember. What? Wait, was there a puzzle in here? Maybe it was this one?
There's a name for this kind. You know.
No.
Sheet music.
Only a few
Yeah, it's been framed, though. Must be important for some reason.
Yeah, nope, that's not what I meant. Hold on a sec. Who got murdered? This girl right here, Freya. It actually shows the connections to the people. Found lying on her back with a single stab wound in her chest at the top of a tower. It was this tower up here. She was found dead. This lady here was actually there, but the problem with her is that she's a mute. She doesn't actually say anything. Long necks? Yep, they're all birds. Everybody in the game is a bird. So yeah, there's the murder scene. That's her dad. No, that's her uncle. Right. That's his daughter right there, Fifi. Let me see, maybe he has something to say about stuff. Right, I needed to actually speak to him.
Quite the character, eh? A fellow member of the Order of the Crimson Cloak.
Is that a real thing?
No.
No, I just
He just
meant
came up with it.
Because we both wear, you know, red capes, of a sort.
Has she questioned you yet?
If you call that questioning, she seemed bored by everything I had to say. I heard on the grapevine. Supposedly Hawkshaw is searching for some rare item.
Oh, I just remembered there was an item I needed to show to somebody.
Honestly, it's probably a bunch of sensationalist
Hawkshaw
rubbish.
was looking for
You
the
reckon?
golden beetle.
Quite sure. There is no treasure called the Golden Beetle.
How do you know?
I have documents about it.
I've heard of it.
Well, hold on a second. I've got a thing here.
What's this all about? Some kind of rare jewel?
I'm pretty sure the research is about a real insect.
If it's made of gold, then it's made of gold.
Immediately lost interest.
Goodness me! That's one of Freya's paintings, is it not? It's impressive, but a little miserable for my tastes.
Did I question? I think I questioned her about the bug. This
Why
one
did
is
Poppy leave shards of glass all over this statue?
because
What
it had
makes you
something to do
think
with
it was
this
Poppy?
right here.
The statue
Somehow,
lives in the music room. Who else would it be?
because it's like here. You look at
Is
it.
that a sn-
Of sorts.
Notice that the snow globe has been busted in here, and it's been like replaced with another one.
Hey, look at that. It's a model of Tangled. What are you thinking?
That would make an amazing.
I can't really do anything with that information though.
It's one of those big pianos.
Don't touch it.
Why not?
Might be haunted.
Needless noise from tongues expel, unless within the mouth they dwell. The spoken word, unfit for dealing.
Goth
with the
girlfriend?
shifting form of feeling. Stand unblinking in the face of taciturn and soundless space. Foregone drifter, holding. Is it bravery? Nothing.
Oh, she just speaks in rhymes with everybody, huh? I've already showed her the statue.
Yeah.
How about this?
It's mine.
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized.
It's mostly the F note. Do 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 do. What else?
Yeah, it's mine.
What's so special about it?
I got it from my teacher. It's the first piece I ever learned.
How long have you been playing?
Since the day I turned 6. Family tradition. I was
13
really excited
years
to
or
start
so.
learning. As soon as I got out of my first lesson, I told Freya and Fifi all about it. When I arrived at my second lesson the next day, Freya was there too. She hadn't asked permission, just showed up. For 2 whole years, the teacher taught us both.
Was Freya any good?
She would have been even better than me, if she'd stuck with it. But one day, she just stopped coming to lessons.
Why?
That's just it. There was no reason. That's when I realized things were different for her.
Hmm.
Those petals,
What about them?
They're red.
it's nothing.
God damn it!
They're just
Everybody's doing
unusual.
this. Nobody's gonna say anything now. I'll get her.
How sweet.
Nobody says anything about
Does
it.
this belong to you, Poppy?
Now that's not really my style, is it?
But who else would own a tape like this?
Literally anybody? Don't you think that's weird? That the letter isn't addressed to anyone or signed by anyone?
Someone's being deliberately secretive.
Or they're trying to manipulate you?
Yeah, sure, okay.
What do you make of the statue?
I know that's the only harp in the whole of Tangle Tower. I've never actually seen a real one.
Maybe it's from before your time.
Oh, definitely. You see how old this statue is?
What
Boomer
about the
statue.
symbols? One of them looks like piano keys.
Yeah, weird.
Oh, I never did go in here.
What is that?
I think it's a family tree.
There's Fifi. There's Fitz, the gardener. There's Freya. That's the lady who was murdered. Okay, so that's how she was related. She is Flint's, niece. Flint is the guy with the cape. There's Poppy. Primrose, and then there's Percival. That's the guy with the hat on, the weird... He's like wearing tinfoil hat, or tin roof hat. Pandora. I guess Pandora's his sister. Penelope's his niece, just like you said.
Felix fell
We
out.
met him. He's one of the suspects.
Selena?
No family line. Apparently, she just appeared out of nowhere.
Same with this Bucky.
I guess he doesn't live here anymore. Fiona Feller. We met her. She's one of the suspects. Freya Feller.
Lord of it.
She's barely related to the main. It's a big
There are
glass.
weeds in there.
It's an
Yeah.
aquarium?
Could be. Except more.
It's not locked.
A door.
Oh, what's behind it?
A room.
A big letter.
Of course. Who doesn't hang a giant banner of their initials? This one has a big...
That's-
How very Finally, we
It's
get...
not
Don't
that
ruin this. Spooky. What do you think it's for?
I think it's to scare.
Is it working?
No. And it's full of the same weird water.
Any fish in there?
Not a single one. Although there is something in there.
It's a
I
cassette
saw
tape.
that.
Or it used to be.
Oh. Damaged. The ink is blurred and illegible. I wonder if you can actually use this.
It's a bandstand.
It's small?
It's a one-man bandstand.
Well, hold on a second. Probably can't be played, my guess. Birds? Walking? Owls?
Weird.
It's someone humming a tune.
Humming. Maybe you? Kinda doubt it. Suspicion? This one. No relation to her. Let me check Fifi. Because when I showed Fifi the pink tape, she laughed. Because she thought it was funny. Something about it was funny to her. Like, she knew exactly what it was, but she didn't want to say what it was.
This belongs to Poppy.
That's what I
In fact,
figured.
She owns a number of cassette tapes.
That explains why she laughed about the pink.
It has been left underwater for an extended period of time.
Right. But why?
Probably to get rid of
I
it.
do not know why.
Okay, well, it is Poppy's tape. Crap, I keep hitting the wrong button. You just click on them.
It's one
Don't
of those
touch it.
why not?
Might be haunted.
Might be haunted.
This is mine.
Really?
No, well, yes, it was. I gave it to Freya about a year ago.
What was on it?
Nothing. It was blank. Freya said she wanted to record something.
Any idea how it ended up underwater?
Maybe someone wanted to destroy it, but got really lazy.
Something for Freya.
There's something I noticed about Freya's knife wound.
Hit me.
From what we could tell, the blade went in at an exact right angle, perpendicular to Freya's body. And there's only one small pool of blood. Nothing on Freya's hands, or anywhere else. The whole thing is just a little too peaceful.
So it went in a very specific way.
That belongs to Flora, I think. You get some weird insects around here. I've never seen one like that.
I'm not sure anyone has.
Freya might have. She used to keep beetles in a box in her room.
Freya's room?
Why?
Okay.
For fun, obviously.
Let's go to Freya's room. We checked her room earlier. This?
It's a little wooden box for
To
paintbrush.
the casual observer, maybe.
Ah.
They're not real paintbrushes. Looks like they're part of some kind of lock mechanism.
Huh. Okay. All right. Yep. Maybe something like that. Yes. Something like this. I have no idea what any of this means. Green. Yep, green. 3. It's like a ruler. Oh, I see. These slide from side to side. Which, say here. I think these represent height, maybe? I think that's what this represents. It's like a representation of height. Like these represent how high the brush is supposed to be. And then this represents what color the brush is supposed to be. I'm not entirely sure though. Maybe like this? No, like that.
Nothing.
Did you find a hint on those scraps of paper? It looks like a ripped up jigsaw puzzle.
Swap brushes in correct order. Yep. Maybe that?
That was incorrect.
Each brush has various characteristics.
Height, bristle
Height,
shape, paint,
bristle
color,
shape.
handle, color.
The information we need is on the paper. Once it's been...
Oh, I see. There's a color messed up here. Maybe?
Still locked.
So, the paper... There's a couple of brushes with each characteristic, but only one perfect solution.
Still locked.
So, there's a couple of brushes with each...
Width of the brush. Width of the brush. I think that's what that means. So this is the only brush that fits there. This represents, I think, brush stroke, which means I need to put one of these in a different spot, maybe? But this looks like this is the only brush that fits this spot. The problem is that two brushes go in the same spot. Like right here and here.
Still locked.
So, there's a couple of brushes with each...
Blue. Okay, this is just color. That's the thing. I think that's what that means. This just represents the color of the brush. This represents the width of the brush. And there's two brushes that fit that width. But this one represents height, maybe? But it just represents this. Oh, I see. Okay. This is width of the brush. These tell you how wide the brush is supposed to be. And I think it tells you where the height of the brush is. This represents the color of the handle. So only one purple brush can go here. But these represent the shape. But it doesn't represent necessarily height. I think it does, though. I think these represent the height. But then there's nothing to account for this brush. So I don't think height is an issue here. Maybe it is? All the brushes go to this height, right here. So I know one narrow brush goes here. This one's already in the right spot, I think. So this one just represents green. So there's two brushes that can go in that spot, like this. This one I think has to go here. I think that's what it's telling me. The blue one has to go there. And then this brush, maybe something like this?
Still locked.
So, there's a couple of brushes.
No. Width of the brush. Shape of brush can go here. But this brush, probably blue. Because this doesn't represent height, it just represents something. Like, there's not even a number associated to these either. Unless I misread something? Like the brush is maybe end right there? Like on this end? Oh, wait, maybe that?
Still locked.
So, there's a couple of brushes with each character.
Still locked.
So, there's a couple of brushes with each.
This has to be, this one I think has to be correct. Brush size or stroke, but only one's marked blue.
Still locked.
So, there's a couple of brushes with each.
Still locked.
So, there's a couple of brushes with each.
Still locked.
So, there's a couple of brushes with each.
I don't know. This is, I don't know. Well, oh. Well, now that I think about it, what if this is just not the width of the brush, but the height of the brush? So like that.
Still locked.
So, there's a couple of brushes with each.
There we go.
There we go.
Perfect.
So that was the issue. It was height. I thought it was like brush width. It's like, no, it's height of the brush.
What was in the box?
Just a photograph. Well, most of a photograph.
Freya and Fifi. One photo person is their face ripped off. Or half of the photo's been ripped. Okay.
Do you think this was...
I don't know.
No windows either. It's a little
I
glass.
think it's
Come
a
again.
See the leaves? Might have been for keeping insects.
That's weird.
What did you find in the drawers?
Nothing. They're completely empty. Drawings.
What's that one?
Looks like two people. One of them's holding a red rose.
Okay. I missed that.
Just little trinkets.
Let's leave them alone. Painting supplies.
I'll go ask Fifi about it, I guess. No, I keep doing that out of instinct. I don't know why. All right, show her the photo.
This photograph is my favorite photograph.
So, why'd you rip it in half?
That
You said
was
she
not
was.
me.
Yeah.
Besides, it was not a half that was ripped off. It was only a third.
She didn't say anything else after that. Okay.
There is a drawing of me, a drawing of Detective Hawkshaw, and a drawing of Poppy and Fitz. Freya drew these,
Yeah, I think so. There's a note on the back.
but she never showed them to me.
Well, I think it was a gift for your mother, like a private thing between Freya and Flora.
An item from Poppy's childhood. Her earliest piano lessons hold some special significance for her.
Why's that?
No idea. She has never graced me with the details, and I am not forthcoming enough to ask.
You two are friends, right?
We are, yes.
But...
It is clear to me now that Poppy has become tired of my company.
is it anything to do with Freya?
Oh, no. The changes in Poppy's mood have nothing to do with Freya. Her concerns simply lie elsewhere. The fruit here has a unique chemical makeup. It makes them completely pointless, unless you wish to cut it down and sell it as a precious stone.
It's not edible.
Depends
On what?
on the structural integrity of your teeth. Name, Poppy Pointer. Age, 19. Profession,
Pianist?
Apparently Poppy has defaced my notes. Under profession, I had of course originally written pianist, but she has crossed that out and written the ghost of Christmas yet to come.
Pretty for weird.
Name, Penelope Pointer. Age, 27. Profession, ornithologist. Likes, birds. Dislikes, insects. Notes, Penelope is very beautiful. I have never had very much in common with her. Name, Percival Pointer. Age, 57. Profession, none.
I'm pretty sure he's an astronomer.
Oh yes, of course.
Yep.
How uncharacteristically forgetful of me. Name, Felix Fellow. Age, 53. Profession,
Father.
none. Likes, collecting objects of negligible monetary value and assigning them personal value. Dislikes, the inescapable realities of human existence. Notes, Felix is my father and legal guardian.
And, is he a good dad?
I have no point of comparison, but I would say no.
No? Why not?
You asked me a binary question.
D colon.
Do not get upset that I provided one of the two possible answers.
What makes him a bad father, Fifi?
He has trouble expressing his emotions, and something of a willful detachment from reality.
Huh. Just like you, then.
Grimoire.
No, he is quite correct. Name, Flora Fellow. Age, 44. Profession, unknown.
She's
Likes,
44?
Unknown. Dislikes, unknown.
Isn't she your mother?
Yes.
How do you not know anything?
She doesn't say anything.
I believe other people may have discovered methods of reaching her, but I have little capacity for interpreting nonverbal communication.
And how long has Flora been non-verbal?
She has always been quiet, willing to speak when necessary, but not more.
So what happened to make her stop talking entirely?
She suffered a great loss, something she has been unable to move beyond.
I wonder if it's because of the bird.
Name,
And or her
hotshot.
niece.
Age, unknown. Profession, private detective. Likes, quote, being left alone. Dislikes, quote, being constantly badgered by a weirdo nerd with a clipboard.
What the hell was that noise?
Name, Fitzfellow. Age, 24. Profession, crypto-botanist.
Crypto
Likes
whatness?
soil, dislikes electric lights.
Hang on. Crypto-botanist? I thought he was just a gardener.
That may well be his preferred label. Mine, however, is more accurate.
Do you and Fitz not see eye to eye, Fifi?
We do not.
Well, I wouldn't have thought so. He's well over 6 foot and you've got to be just barely 5.
So what's your problem with him?
Exactly 1 week ago, I witnessed him sneaking up Pointer Tower. He was making every effort to avoid detection.
So?
He was also carrying a knife.
D colon?
Name, Fiona Fellow. Age, 19. Profession, amateur microbiologist. Likes, the meaningful archiving of information. Dislikes, the superfluous window dressing accompanying the majority of human contact. Notes, kindly disregard the polysyllabic form of my given forename and refer to me instead as Fifi.
How come you prefer Fifi?
How come you prefer Grimoire?
How are you related to the other fellows?
Fitz is my cousin. His father, a man named Flint, was my uncle.
Was?
I do not know if Flint is alive or not. He left Tangle Tower a long time ago.
And what about Freya? How are you related to her?
We share exactly one grandparent. The red paint on the brush is not paint. It is blood. Same for the palette.
So Freya added the blood to the painting herself?
Or blood got on the brush and palette some other way?
I do not know the answer.
Fifi, did you test the red paint in this pot?
Yes, I did. I discovered it too was blood, not paint.
A whole pot full of blood?
Not a whole pot. It is only partially full.
Yeah, but still. Doesn't that freak you out?
No. In fact, it may be considered rather reassuring.
Okay.
Freya is normally highly skilled at capturing someone's likeness, but in this painting, she has accidentally made Flora look quite young.
I think she was just being kind.
Why is that kind? Anyway, I'm far more interested in what Flora is holding. I performed the test on the red paint myself. I discovered that it was in fact not paint, but blood.
What made you want to test it in the first place?
It was Poppy. She told me she thought the painting looked like a bloody knife. I told her not to be ridiculous. My mother owns no such
Yeah, we already
knife.
know it's not a
But
knife.
then I noticed that
It's
the
a
color
bird
was
feather.
slightly too dark, and the substance itself was overly viscous.
You noticed that just from looking at it once?
Of course. What is your opinion of Tangle Tower?
Oh, it's impressive. Elaborate gardens, unique architecture.
Must be worth a fortune.
Why do you ask, Fifi?
I am the heir of the Fellow family and the Remington family. This makes me the sole beneficiary of Tangle Tower.
That's quite an inheritance.
They can't make you do anything, Fifi. If you don't want the house, just tell them. Or just sell it. Who cares?
You sound like her.
Don't have any means of anything else from her. Oh wait, no I do. Hold
It
on.
is a flower. It reminds me of something, but I cannot say what. What a mess. Penelope should tidy up after herself.
These weren't dropped by Penny. They were dropped by birds. I think.
My
I
argument
think.
stands.
Yeah, still nothing to...
There's something about Felix's painting supplies.
I think he swiped them.
Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
The fact that the paint had blood in it. Or the paint itself was blood. It wasn't actually paint.
So, about this paint we found in your room.
Nothing suspicious
It
about
seems like he swatched
I used it to paint.
It's not his
obviously.
paint. I think he got it
Totally
from
no
Freya.
thing to do.
We never said it was suspicious.
Come on
Yep.
then, out with it. What exactly are you accusing me of?
I wasn't really accusing you. Yeah, it's not your right. It's not your paint pot.
Paint pot.
Yeah,
Did you
it's-
take
I
it
think
from
it's
somewhere else?
I think he took it from
What
Freya.
on earth? It's definitely mine. I even have proof. Look, the lid matches the ones on all my other paint pots. End of discussion.
That's not the end of the discussion.
We need a clue to compare with Felix's red paint. Something to prove who it actually belongs to.
Something to compare the pot with the red paint.
That's not right.
That's not right. Maybe these.
Let's take a closer look at this.
The labels are different. This one's label is different. Let's see. Yeah, see? Notice how the labels are different? He swiped pots. He swiped one of hers and changed the lid.
Freya's red
Yeah.
paint pot was stolen and replaced with Felix's red paint pot, but the lids were swapped to hide it.
That red paint is from Freya's supplies, not yours. Swapping the lids doesn't hide what you did.
Why are you bothering me about paint anyway? And none of this is connected to your murder.
Not after. It had to have been a while ago. She said it was viscous. Maybe this?
Blood was used to fill up this red paint pot by Freya several weeks ago. Nope.
No?
Blood was used to fill up this red paint pot before Freya used it to paint Flora. That's not right. Blood was used to fill up this red paint pot and emptied out onto the floor. That's not right either.
And then locked away. He did lock paints away, didn't he?
Blood was used to fill up this red paint pot and then locked away. That's not right either.
This red paint pot was somehow filled with blood.
This red paint pot was somehow filled with blood by Freya several weeks ago. Almost. Maybe just change. This red paint
Yeah, there it
pot
is.
was somehow filled with blood before Freya used it to paint Flora.
I think I had the wording backwards on the
that-
first one, that's why it didn't work.
That's definitely something. Right. Fine. Here's the story. I was busy working on
He broke.
a project.
Yeah, I
when
noticed
suddenly
his
realized I
pots
had
are
run
broken.
out of red paint. There was a certain amount
Maybe?
of time pressure. So I politely
Somebody's
asked
was broken.
Freya if I could borrow hers. Just for a little while, you know. Perfectly reasonable request.
Uh-huh.
But she said no.
I tried to explain why I needed it, but she didn't seem to care. So, well, I took Freya's red paint pot and swapped it with my own empty one.
You went into her room?
Not my proudest moment, but it's just paint. I didn't touch anything else.
And the paint pot you left behind was definitely empty?
Quite. I have absolutely no idea how it got blood in it, if that's what you're asking.
Why were you in such a hurry to get a hold of red paint anyway?
I was trying to finish this in time for Flora's birthday. I needed red to paint the final details.
Could you not have just used a different color?
Out of the question.
The bird's got red.
It had to be red and white.
Yeah.
If you managed to finish it, why haven't you given it to Flora yet?
Nah, well, I decided against it in the end. After what happened, seemed a bit insensitive.
Maybe see anything else he has to say about?
Percival Pointer. Good old... So, what do you reckon? Is he the murderer?
I don't know, maybe. We still need...
That is not information we're willing to share at this time.
I'm just saying, keep an eye on him. Holds on to a lot of bitterness, does old Pointer. Just because he's always struggled to support his family. Slightly pathetic, really.
And how long have you known him?
Over 35 years.
Childhood friends? Rivals?
Don't know if I'd do him the honor of considering him my rival. Penelope seems to have really settled into a groove. She struggled a bit when she was younger, always a little estranged.
How come?
Well, she was mostly raised by her uncle, and he really only makes time for his own daughter. Now, of course, she's bringing the two families together through her marriage. It's a nice gesture, heartfelt, but futile. My daughter Fiona, our little burgeoning genius. You've met her?
We did. She's going by Fifi these days.
So I've heard. I asked her some weeks ago, what's wrong with your real name? She told me, get this, she wanted a name with an even number of syllables. She makes up the strangest things when she's under pressure.
What makes you think she made that up?
I happen to know the real reason she prefers Fifi over Fiona.
Oh yeah?
It's what Freya called her. Fitz? I don't trust him. He's slippery. Never commits to anything. Brain like an onion.
Said something about a knife.
Onion?
Did you two have an argument?
No, but my daughter doesn't like him at all. And I trust Fiona's judgment entirely. She's a very vigilant young woman. Poppy's a good friend to my daughter. Always has been. I think they get on well because they're so different.
Different like how?
Poppy is, she's quite introspective, good with feelings. Fiona, not so much. Still, Poppy always seems to be sulking about something.
The heavy, heavy price of emotional intelligence.
I've never been one for music. Why not ask Poppy instead?
The statue was up in the rooftop garden.
Yes, it's been there a while. You can see the brass is slightly tarnished by the elements, but it's not too bad. Is that a clue?
It might be.
That looks like it might belong to Fitz. That looks like it might belong to Poppy. My daughter Fiona and her best friend. They grow up so fast.
Do you know why it's ripped like that?
Ah, yes. I didn't even notice. No idea. Freya was quite the talent. She had a way of capturing the spirits of her subjects. Not in an evil way, in a good way. Where did you find that?
It was in the library.
Really? How odd. These drawings are quite precious. I'm surprised Flora let you see them.
What happened to the bird?
I don't know. Seems likely, though, doesn't it? That looks like it might belong to Fitz.
I think I've showed everything to him. Yep. So his suspicions already been checked. Next, I can try her. I can try Flora. I don't think I'm gonna get anything out of her. See, her suspicion's already been checked also.
Have you seen this book before? Do you know who it belongs to?
Yeah, I kind of figured as
I
much.
really thought she was gonna say something there.
Do you know anything about this beetle? This is a photo of Fifi, isn't it?
Yep. Okay. Nothing to say to her. About Fifi. I think I checked Fifi all the way. She's already had her suspicion. No, she has no suspicions yet. Showed her everything, so try somebody on the other side. How about Hawkar? I don't really trust her. That's why I was like reluctant to talk to her. She seems really different.
Quite the stoic statue, isn't she? I can only dream of being as
You
cold.
think she's hiding something?
Perhaps. She has some strange habits. I heard she barely sleeps. An hour. Spends the rest of her time staring. Did you get anything useful out of
Not
him?
sure.
Nothing worth committing to paper.
I think he knows more than he lets on.
Probably. But talking with him is so tedious. Considerably intelligent, and her powers of observation, she has no ambition.
In her defense, she's...
Barely. 314 cases. And 14. Freya Fellow. I perceived her to be the most intelligent. Within a day, she had identified for... I didn't know how she did it. I regret that I did not question her.
You couldn't.
I have only myself to blame.
So Hawkshaw's here
I
for a
do not
completely
wish to-
different reason.
I'll say this.
She was here
That's
before
a nice
Freya
way to
was
put it.
Fitz
murdered.
spends most of his time alone, but I heard he's been breeding
Wow.
experiments. I just wonder if
She's here for something else. I'm not
Professor
entirely sure
Pointer is a
though.
respectable- keeps himself to himself.
She's like investigating something and she doesn't
We're
want to
just
tell me what.
surprised.
That was the most polite you've been about any.
I find her rather embarrassing. Little more
Penny
than
must be at least
27. Just makes it worse.
Huh.
Poppy has remarked she could be famous.
Oh,
Well,
shit.
Penelope
Right.
was lying about her age.
where'd you dig that up?
It wasn't buried. It was
Someone trying to conceal evidence? Where did you find this?
Do you have any
or
theory?
who might have had it.
I have several, but they are my theories, and a photograph of Freya could be important. These people really are. Can you consider that a book from the library? What makes this one special?
It's about birds.
Yes. Does Flora still?
Don't think so.
I see. I admit, Freya was a.
Someone even-
Now we don't know if they just want.
At this
When
point,
did Freya drop?
She must have done it.
Could just be from memory.
looks like it's from memory.
These figurines turned out to be
Your
a bit.
life sounds.
Just like trying to click through items
I'd
to see if
tell
maybe
not.
it adds a lead.
Paintist.
Yeah, well.
Do you
How?
know? Because you... Paints?
Yep.
Paints.
Mm-hmm.
Paints.
Tangle Tower. No idea
It's
what...
little
Have you...
I believe so.
He wants to know if you found any secret.
Huh. I'm afraid the residents of Tangle Tower... I was disappointed, too. Conveniently left. It's useless until you can prove to whom... Can you do that?
No.
No. I believe that was in Flora's room yesterday, but it was not cracked when I...
Okay.
You got it open. I managed it myself yesterday, hiding something.
It was empty yesterday.
It was. Is that a clue?
Don't know.
I framed my law.
Same.
I think I already spoke to him.
Fitz, one of these drawings is of you in the rooftop garden, I think, with Poppy.
Mm-hmm. Are we done?
That was it? Okay.
Did Freya draw these?
Yeah. There's a...
She was even closer to Flora than I realized. Penelope knows about birds. You should ask her instead.
Actually, there's a plant mentioned on this page, see? Do you have any?
No, I don't. I've tried in the past. I could never get it to live more than a couple of weeks. It's Fifi and Freya.
Don't you think Poppy should be...
Maybe. Maybe she doesn't really like crowds.
2 people isn't...
Right, but if she
Check.
Maybe ask Poppy about the photo?
This is a photo of Fifi and Freya, right?
Yeah,
How come you're not in it? You're friends with them too, aren't you?
I'm not really one for photographs.
Fifi looks like she really admires Freya.
Fifi's loyalty to Freya is unshakable. Never seen that one before. Was it in the greenhouse?
No, we found it in Penny's room.
Right. I see a lot of birds up in the rooftop garden. They seem to really like it up there.
Why's that?
It's quiet.
Do you know where those earmuffs came from?
I put them there.
Okay.
Why?
I found them lying around. I think they belonged to Fitz. I put them on the statue so he'd see them. I thought they looked like headphones. Like he's in the recording studio with his guitar. No?
If they do belong to Fitz, he hasn't taken them back yet. When did you find them?
This morning.
Where?
I don't know, in a hallway. Can't remember exactly.
In a hallway, huh?
Hey, that's me. Not a bad likeness.
It looks like you're standing in a rose bush.
Is there something wrong with that? I think everybody sees something different.
Did Freya ever tell you what?
Not exactly. She said something about it being from her.
Sorry, but if it was from a nightmare...
Maybe she wanted to take control of it, giving something a physical form. Heart of head. Star. Feathers. Light. Between the chosen. Lost. Soft rest. Hour. That's me. I'm on a list of murders. Always thought that would be good. It's just
Falls a little.
I can try asking Fitz again about the headphones? I think I already tried asking him about them. No, I didn't.
Wait, those are mine, the earmuffs. They went missing about a week ago.
What do you need earmuffs for?
I use them for gardening sometimes.
Why? You don't own a chainsaw, do you?
No. I wear them while I'm gardening, and it stops people from trying to talk to me.
Oof.
It's genius.
Okay.
That looks like it might belong to Poppy. That looks like it might belong to Poppy. That looks like it might belong to Poppy. That looks like it might belong to Poppy.
What do you think that is in Flora?
I don't know. It does look like but Flora wasn't holding anything at all. There's something...
What?
When we went into Flora's room, she wasn't standing in this position.
Well, she probably would have moved around a little.
She wasn't standing at all. She was kneeling on the floor.
Oh, I guess it's a good thing.
That belongs to Poppy.
So why is it up in Flora's
I'm
tower?
not sure. Freya's best work, in my opinion. Although, the photo doesn't carry the same energy as the real.
What do you think it's a painting of?
What do you mean?
Like, what's the subject matter?
Oh, I don't think... It's of no interest to me. But I overheard Poppy and Freya talking about it.
What were they saying?
They were arguing about something. But I can't remember the details. Felix made that. There's something off.
What is it?
Why don't you take another look at Flora's room?
You think we missed a clue up there?
Not exactly.
Flora's room?
Paints are different to flowers.
I'd say so,
At
yeah.
any time, with paint, not even the most...
Okay. Ah, why did it keeps doing that? Like, it's not full screen. It's like a windowless border or borderless window. So every time I inadvertently will click off screen and... He said go back to Flora's room. Oh, this is Freya's room.
Freya's painting supplies.
Yeah, saw that already.
Freya's painting supplies.
Saw that already, yep.
Half the
I don't know if it's a sudden absence of.
There it is. The unfinished
So-
looks that way. The whole room is a
Yeah,
strange.
there might be a reason for that.
Supposedly, for such
Didn't even get a chance to clean her brush. We already solved it.
I don't know. He said go back to Flora's room, but there's nothing I can see in Flora's room. Search aviary. Oh, okay. Aviary it is, I guess.
and especially fancy.
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
I must say the girls are awfully well behaved today. I think they know we're in the presence of company.
They belong to you? Why do you keep them in a cage?
They need a special diet, particular treatment. I let them out to fly occasionally, of course. But they're all one of a kind.
Do they have names?
Of course. Let me introduce you to Tabitha, Tamara, and Tatiana.
I've already forgotten all 3 of those names.
Which one is which?
Oh, that's simple. Tatiana is the oldest, Tabitha is the most patient, and Tamara has the...
Glad we cleared that up.
What about the one on your head?
On my head? He's just my hat. He doesn't have a name. Who would name their hat?
Okay.
Freya was very
Do
talented.
you know how old this photo
Not
is?
sure. Sometime before Fiona. Poppy really doesn't take care
It wasn't in Poppy's room. It was in the little pond in the garden.
Exactly! Not a fan of insects myself. Whose research is this?
We were hoping you might know.
No, can't say it, perhaps. I know she was always very...
Noted.
That's,
We found it in your room.
just lying around, was
Nope. You'd hidden it.
We do that.
Who's the her in the message?
It's really none of your business.
Wow, they just drop it.
Yes,
Okay.
it's my, my flower.
You don't like it?
I'm no good at caring for plants. I forget to... Birds are much easier. They're a lot more vocal when they get thirsty.
Do you at least like the look of the flower?
The look?
The colors?
Between you and me... Isn't he strapping?
He is big.
And so brooding.
Kinda sulky, yeah.
I can never tell what's going on in that beautiful head of his.
It just sounds like you don't know him very well.
I don't remember asking for your input. A fellow bird enthusiast. Studied them professionally at one...
Are you friends? With
A little bit.
a little bit friend.
She's one for the peace and quiet.
I can see that.
I do admire her, though. Always felt like she could have done better.
Ouch.
I said it. I must say, people are better off when they just... Can't say I've ever taken an interest. On occasion, I've dared to visit. It's all just a little too
What
abstract.
do you mean?
Oh, did you know the sun is apparently over 400,000 miles wide? Okay, so what should I do with that information? How does it help me?
Don't look at me.
Very nice.
You've seen these before?
Yes.
All of them. Even this one of...
Yes. Poppy's gramophone. As a young child, she's on account of it belonging to her mother.
That's cute.
Oh yes, adorable. I'm sure I've read about them. Don't remember any. Ooh, delightful.
inedible, too, I think.
Yes. At one point, But honestly, I think you...
There's something about the report of Fitz going up Pointer Tower. Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
There's something about those petals we found in Penny's room. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
So, Fitz, I have a report that you
Do I look like I know what a JPEG is?
Holding a knife.
That's not right. I don't go into Pointer Tower. I don't own a knife. And I don't sneak. Was it Fifi who told you this?
How did you know that?
A guess. She doesn't like me very much. But yeah, she was mistaken. Maybe she wasn't wearing her eye lens thing.
What do you think, Grimoire?
Fifi did see Fitz, but he was holding something else.
So
She said it was a
if
knife.
It wasn't a knife.
It was
what
probably
was
that
it?
trowel. Or the spade. This thing.
What about this?
Ah, that.
Is it yours?
It was a gift. It's sentimental. I have no
Penelope
reason to
gave
take
it to
up
him.
Pointer Tower. I don't use it at all.
An ornate trowel is used by Fitz to look after a potted flower in Penny's room.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
That flower.
Yes.
I've never seen it before.
Uh-huh.
We need a clue to compare to that flower. Something that proves its connection to Fitz.
Let's take a closer look at these.
The pot and soil. And Freya's room matches the pot and soil in the garden.
The pot and soil in Freya's room matches the pot and soil found in the garden. Nope.
Really? Oh, wrong room. Okay.
The pot and soil in Penny's room matches the pot and soil found in the garden. Almost. Maybe just... The pot
there we
and
go.
soil in Penny's room matches the pot and soil found in Fitz's greenhouse.
Yeah, those are the only things that I could notice.
Let me guess. Penny's flower was originally a gift from you, Fitz. There's no way it's a coincidence.
No way what's a coincidence.
The flower. It looks exactly like Penny.
It took me a long time to breed. I wanted the colors to be
It does look like
exactly
Penny
right.
now that I think about
That's
it.
some gift.
That is pretty
Turns out
impressive.
Penny isn't particularly interested in looking after plants. So I go into her room every now and again when she's not there. water the flower, change the soil, just trying to keep it alive.
Says something about their relationship, huh? Alright, so there was something about Penny.
So, yeah. We
Yeah.
found this.
Oh, that's nothing.
You wrote, "Now I'll get her," on a piece of paper and hid it in your room. That's not nothing.
Actually, it's not the message I wanted to ask about. It's those red flower petals.
The petals.
They're from red roses. And there's only one place in Tangle Tower with red roses.
We need a clue. Something that shows the roses and who they belong to.
There was a small rose bush. There was a small rose bush in the top garden. There it is.
It's a drawing of Fitz and Poppy in the rooftop garden. See
And
what
he's
Fitz is
holding a
holding?
red rose.
I can't imagine what you're getting at, but it doesn't matter. I couldn't have taken anything from the rooftop garden. It's only accessible from Fitz's room or Poppy's room. How could I have taken something from a garden to which I have no access?
Is it really only accessible from those 2 bedrooms?
For most people, it would be. But don't forget,
Birds.
Penny's the resident ornithologist.
My dears, what are you accusing me of?
One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz, but it didn't work. Almost. Maybe just... One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz and distract them. Almost. Maybe just... One of Penny's birds
Evidence.
was used to spy on Poppy and
Evidence.
Fitz
Evidence.
and steal evidence from them. We know those two have been spending time together in the rooftop garden. I'm guessing you got paranoid. Wanted to know what they were up to.
I'm just not the jealous type. I would never suspect Fitz of anything like that. Besides,
Poppy, though.
Tabitha hardly ever leaves her cage. She's certainly never flown up to the rooftop garden.
Somebody has, because we have feathers.
We need a clue to compare with Penny's birds.
I
Something to
saw the
prove
feathers.
One of them has been in the rooftop garden.
We have feathers. Here's the feathers. The yellow feathers right here.
Let's take a closer look at these.
There's purple and yellow, actually.
This yellow feather was left behind by Penny's yellow bird when it visited the rooftop garden.
I can't stand it! Knowing the 2 of them are hidden away up there in their private little garden. I couldn't risk spying on them myself, so I asked dear Tabitha to do it for me. I knew she'd be able to bring me back some evidence.
Sorry, Penny, but are you not overreacting a little?
You don't understand. Fitz is slipping away from me. He's so quiet with me these days, but being with Poppy seems to bring him out of his shell. I don't know what he sees in her miserable little...
D colon?
I apologize. This really isn't your burden to bear.
Now what? Maybe... So we got one from her, him, her, him. Nothing from her yet. Maybe from her?
eavesdropping with surging tide on its sea or
No. She already responded to the photo.
Freya would always load up the I think it helped her like getting all your
Right.
Flora's dress, yeah. She wears even more black than Why is the glass cracked?
Natural wear.
No way.
Okay, so that...
I think it's kind of cruel to keep...
Does...
Oh, she does. Penny can be a little...
So there are two families?
Four.
What's the connection?
There isn't one. It was all built Flora's. So was Primrose. She married and
So
Flora owns. Depending
What
on
about your father?
his claim.
Where's your mother?
What was inside?
Nothing.
Huh.
I think I got all the information out of that.
Is that supposed
Possibly.
to... Oh, how nice. Who's
They belong to...
Okay.
I think
Oh,
everybody
the
knows
gramophone! I
six-
forgot.
Sorry, but...
Maybe
It's
she wanted
Poppy's
him to-
gramophone.
It was my mother's originally.
So, why is it up in Flora's room?
She just gets the most use out of it. Freya would borrow it too sometimes.
I think that's everything. Yeah. Did I miss anything?
Smells like a...
Got him. Got hers. Him then. Oh, did I check? Hold on a sec.
A picture frame.
With no picture.
No picture.
This tiny.
So even the most well-used note.
I didn't check that the first time.
A listless...
What's wrong
Not
with
sure. She's always... I'd say you can ask her. I think you might...
Dead
he
end.
should
Yeah.
learn to make the most. And he
You're
does.
talking about-
Among that is, if he hasn't already...
You two don't get on?
Oh, no. We're the best of friends. Nobody could deny her talent. She was artistic.
Those two things...
Was she
I don't... But I think... My daughter... That said, wandering... She must quite a rest. I'm surprised. Ah, yes. Goodness knows. I dare say.
She doesn't seem to...
Still, keep an dangerous...
You sound jealous. Wait, are you...
Oh, no. We operate... Literally. What do you want me
He's
to...
a member.
Yeah, but not the point.
What happened to his parents?
His father, Flint, is feeling... Don't think anybody...
What about his mother?
Emily? Her... My Poppy. Hold on.
Because...
Oh, no. Well...
If you don't mind me asking,
Primrose, she was Flora's... The playing field has never really been...
where did she go?
Away. She...
Went away.
I
Okay.
don't especially introspect. Why don't
I'm not sure.
83.
Yeah, we don't have time.
Oh wow, I never showed anything to him.
So which one is Tangle?
What's that?
There are two towers, right?
Neither? You'd have to ask Flora.
She named the house?
The whole thing
With
is...
Felix, you mean?
No. The Remington family was a rather tumultuous... I don't think... Not exactly a...
It's enough.
A very old... I'd recommend you leave it... The poor fellow's in bed. Where on earth did
It
you...
was in a bush outside.
I'll pick...
Nobody seems to spot the
I
handwriting.
find that painting to
Oh,
be...
yeah?
The knife with the whole... Pointer property... Purloined... Typical. I haven't seen that... Who broke it?
No idea.
Ah, well...
It was in this. My guess is it was in the gramophone when it got broken.
Curious little thing, isn't it? You know what she keeps...
Nothing. At the moment. It was
How
empty.
bizarre.
Can't a woman keep an empty egg in her room?
No.
Is this important?
Possibly.
Here's a thought. Do you, after all...
I guess.
This is supposed to be Felix, is it?
I think so.
I see he's a This looks a little... Even by...
At least he tried.
Yes, Keeps his mind from... These were drawn by Freya. She must have drawn that one of
I
Hawks.
guess.
Freya was...
What is it?
To me, it's a big...
What a fascinating...
He's right, though. It is a...
That's a very... Looks like
I like the look better than most.
Ah! Yes, very nice. Where is that? It's been a while since... Well now, quite possible. What kind of flower?
I'm not sure. I think it might
Primrose. My wife was a floriculturist. That's a flower.
Interesting.
I think you may wish... I've seen those earmuffs. They're the ones
Always
whenever... Oh my, this is the Primrose. She passed
Poppy's
it
piano.
Of course. Warms my heart. Curious creature. Some sort
Playing
of...
a trumpet.
Oh.
Steady on.
Looks like... Fitz seems
What's wrong?
Well, makes you...
So, what's up with this golden beetle?
I can't help you, I'm afraid. I think it must be something left behind. I'm not the first scientist
Well,
to
it wasn't in the hall.
Isn't the
It's
process...
not really decaying.
It's... Poppy's too close. Freya looks so... That's rather a small... But then...
Nothing gleaned from them. Now what? Hawkshaw, maybe?
Oh.
What?
Oh,
Tangle.
Tower. Do you think he'll start?
No, I think he'll just...
Look in places I didn't really look.
It's a bird bath.
So just the birds seem
They're
to-
even singing. Doot, 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 doot.
Please don't do that. It's a garden, I think. Ready when you are.
Haven't gotten anything off of her yet.
I am scared of birds.
Why?
It is an irrational fear. I am...
Oh.
That blade.
It's a troll.
It is.
A book? Fundamental etymology.
I guess somebody dropped it.
Uh,
I'm not sure. Soil samples?
Sure. Why
The
not?
search for the archive is downright poetic.
Books about insects.
Well, there's not a single.
Huh.
Books about
They're
space.
relatively untouched.
Books about
Skip. Books about...
These books, I think they'd crumble.
Good excuse.
Thanks.
Books
The
about...
show knew this already.
A chalkboard.
Is this a library?
Math.
Don't look. You'll give yourself a headache.
Any idea what
Not a clue.
I'm trying to think if I came into any contact with this. I don't think it has anything to do with anything at the moment.
I'm not sure I learned anything from that.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing.
It's musty.
What exactly does
Must. You asked us.
Nice.
Three birds. What makes them worth? Would they not be happier flying free?
But then they might
I
fly.
wonder if they makes quite. Although I can't
You
imagine.
didn't see a
I
mine.
did not. I conclude unless
Surely
a
you.
detective's somewhat and an altogether inefficient.
What kind of music do you?
I like anything.
What a cop-out.
This is a potential.
I don't know. I don't think
I think you'd be some breed of. Although none
I
of the
guess.
the people here are
Material.
growing for
This-
what possible.
You're
What would you do, Grimoire, if you truly consider
What's wrong with it?
no organization?
That's my
I
style.
like
I like seeing everything laid out.
How quaint.
I guess I'm getting impatient because everybody keeps saying the same basic
Have you
information over and
deciphered
over
the
again.
meaning of those four symbols on the heart?
We're working on it.
That's a no then. One of three statues to pick. This one is wearing headphones. Perhaps they belong to someone who likes music.
They're not headphones. They're earmuffs.
Perhaps they belong to someone who doesn't like music. Do you also have a pile of
Oh,
leaves?
not yet.
Harp. Harp. Horn. Which one was it? It was this room? That the little horn guy was in? Yeah, there it is. Horn guy.
Oh, whatever.
Well,
it
it's
is.
gotta practice.
What's with all the broken glass?
Poppy says that she didn't break it. Maybe it was on the side of the house?
Half the roof.
I don't know if you the sudden absence of.
No, I showed it to her.
Do you recognize any of these feathers? What do you think of your husband's hobby?
Do you have any hobbies? You haven't seen them.
It's a little model of you. Who are the other people next to you?
Flora, why do you keep it locked?
Is there supposed to be some...
Do you know anything about her? Anything we should know besides Stan? We met Felix. He's one. So,
Nice try. We spoke to your daughter Fifi. She's some kind of... must be proud of her. We spoke to Hawkshaw. I assume she didn't get that.
Do you and Fitz other than you? You know the guy in the other town?
Can you see him from here? See you?
What do you know about Penny?
I can't really...
You never... Do you and Poppy get...
Nothing. Shocker. Grimore, what could you possibly be writing
Oh
down?
no, I gave up making notes ages ago. Now I'm just doodling in the margins.
Well, I don't know. I guess I'm gonna have to use a hint. Search Fifi's room. Wasn't I in here already? Did something get added and I missed it?
Scientific formula, probably. I'll openly admit I have no idea. Fifi's got something.
What is all this?
No, it's the same diagram.
Did you notice who isn't on here?
Freya?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we already did that.
It looks like a microscope.
Can I touch it?
Oh, I missed that. Okay.
I'm not sure this is a microscope.
I think I had to like do yeah, it looks like it's you gotta make an optical illusion out of this. The only size that makes sense is this one, I guess. And then this one, too big. Like, this one's like right here. And then this one would be here. Oh, it actually slides up and down a little. And then this one's right here.
That's the one.
Hey, not bad. Sounds like it unlocked.
Yeah. It's built on top of a little metal box. There's a book in here.
There's a book in here. And it's got a lock on it. Fifi's diary. Most likely Fifi's.
What's that big book?
Looks like something Fifi's been...
Is it a clue?
I hope not. It's just a bunch of notes about her microbiology.
What's that big book?
Looks like
Is it a
something...
clue?
I hope not. It's just a
didn't-
bunch of notes about her micro...
Alright, well, go bother Fifi about it.
A book. My book.
And what's in it?
Pages.
There's There's something about that diary we found in Fifi's room. Something.
Let's ask her about it.
Is this your diary, Fifi?
She
We
said it
found in
was.
your bedroom.
Of course it is mine. Ridiculous question.
Why is it locked up like that?
You seriously require an explanation.
It's secret.
Very well. A fairly common concept, the so-called secret diary, is favored in particular by girls between the ages of 10
So, there are secrets written in here?
and... This particular diary is unused.
It doesn't look unused.
It's Fifi's diary, and she has written in it.
I'm not sure about that.
Me neither.
This particular diary is unused.
It doesn't look unused.
It's somebody else's diary.
How could you arrive at that conclusion? It is kept in my bedroom. It is mine.
We need a clue to compare with the diary. Something to prove who the original owner was.
A star. Here it is. Yeah.
Let's take a closer look at this. This blue book is the same thing as the secret diary, which proves it belonged to Freya.
You were hiding Freya's diary in your room, and you kept it locked, too.
Why would I do either of these things?
Fifi didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within Freya's diary.
Is this true, Fifi?
I know Freya was your friend, but if you're trying to hide something...
You did not know Freya, so this might be difficult to understand. She did her own thing, in her own way. By concealing Freya's written accounts, it is simply my intention to preserve her innocence.
Innocence?
Might be easier if you just let us read the diary, Fifi.
Very well. I will open it. However, as you read it, please remember, Freya was the most kind and the most wise person I have ever known.
All right, Fifi unlocked the diary.
Finally. What's in there?
Back in time. It's back in the flesh this time. Was it me? Did I let it out? Maybe I should rip up that painting. Soul Bearer works. Impressed little thing. I have 2 now. Need 2 more. Found my way into the middle. Surprisingly simple. Compared to the harp, I saw them. All 5. Eyes blacked out. Despite everything, I still have the promise to keep. I'll do my best. She could do with the company. Okay, so that's... Hold on. I keep doing that thing.
Why would someone lock up a book like that?
We think it's a secret diary.
Aha! Bizarre thing. Penelope, see,
Not feel sorry.
come now.
Right, I already talked to him.
A book. My
And
book.
what's it?
Pages.
Is that Fifi's diary?
That's where we...
Have you ever read it?
Nope.
I thought you...
Yeah, Fifi's gotten.
Do you know why?
I'm not sure.
I'm sure she...
Oh, she would. She'd probably why I've been.
I wonder if Penelope would say something about, like, I don't know who the third
feel
person
like
is in the photo because that photo got ripped.
That's our guest.
X.
Nope.
I know a lot of
I
people.
find
For
it.
some reason.
I think she was more.
How?
You recognize
The
it?
color scheme difference. I I doubt. Don't you think? It's Flora. To a visitor. Not to you. Try if it wasn't for my
What about inherit? You're the next.
Well, but no.
Is that fair?
That's a very.
I'm guessing.
Would have been much more. Instead, she was accused me of being. Oh, that's. Freya doesn't take very. Then. A bit. If I'm. God. Then I could say this.
Heyo. Does this count?
Yeah, no, doesn't matter.
She said something about something.
A diary.
Not yet.
And you...
That would be cheap.
Okay, so the diary's just not shown to anybody. Something about eyes. Hold on a sec. I need to go to the bathroom. I'm gonna be right back. Alright, I'm back. I got a snack too. When you hit the escape key, it makes it windowed. Kinda interesting.
Is that an envelope?
It's been let's read it. No, definitely.
The envelope just sits there. Oh, right. Let's read. what the diary said. It's back in the flesh this time. Was it me? Did I let it out? Maybe I should rip up that painting. Soul Bearer works. Need impressive little thing. I have 2 now. Need 2 more. Found my way into the middle. Surprisingly simple compared to the harp. I saw them. All 5. Eyes blacked out. Despite everything, I still have a promise to keep. I'll do my best. She could do with a little company.
Huh, there's a heart. I didn't know people actually did.
BPFF. That leads back to the gardens.
A path leading towards the stone square.
More egg statues.
I don't get it.
Well, either they have some artist sculptor was just really.
What do you mean?
An egg has got to be the easiest shape to make.
Kinda true. Could have just not shaped it, really. Eyes blacked out.
What is that?
I think it's a family tree. Pretty. Pretty. Pretty.
Stairs.
Spooky. What do you think it's for?
I think it's just.
Is it working?
No. It's quiet.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to say.
It's not. It's an appropriate amount of quiet.
I'm still not sure.
Should we take another look?
Let's come back later.
Hold on a second. My problem is that I'm finding myself too often clicking on the hint button, which means I'm missing something. Flash on the time. Was it me? Did I let it out? Maybe I should rip up that painting. She's talking about the big giant painting with the mountain on it again. Soul Bearer works. Impressive little thing. I have 2 now. Need 2 more. Soul Bearer works. Found my way into the middle. Surprisingly simple compared to the harp. I saw them. All 5 eyes blacked out. Middle. Middle.
It's a bandstand.
It's small for.
It's a one-man bandstand.
Like the middle of the house?
Now it's a big.
There are weeds in there.
It's an aquarium.
Could be. Anymore. Finally, we get to it. Don't ruin this. That painting.
Why would you want it?
Maybe Freya enjoyed
the
the
atmosphere of.
Hang on. There's a smaller version down by
It's
the.
a photograph.
See, there's like lines trailing off. Like, she annotated the photo? I don't know where the lines tread off.
Did Freya paint those
They're
animals?
kind of simplistic.
Maybe she painted them when she was younger. Freya's plants. They must not need. Just little trinkets.
Let's leave them alone.
It's a little glass.
I think
Come
it's
again.
might have been for keeping insects.
Do you think this was...
I don't know.
No windows either.
Hold on. Said something about ripping up the painting. That's the only painting that I can think of, is this one. Bearer works. Impressive little thing. I need 2 more now. Found my way into the middle, surprisingly simple compared to the harp. I saw them all 5. Despite everything, I still have a promise to keep.
That painting.
Why would
Maybe
you-
Freya.
the
Hang on. There's a smaller.
It's a photograph.
Did I show this to Freya? Or Flora? I did. I don't understand this. Soul bearer. A soul bearer. I don't know what that means.
A chalkboard.
Is this a library or?
I'm not sure I learned anything.
Looks like someone doesn't want you to read that book.
That's the main...
I've seen beetles with brightly colored. They're relatively common. There's a difference between that and...
It can't be actual. It's just inside the called alchemy.
Poppy's piano music. I remember when she's improved a lot.
Yeah, that's
right. Nice painting. Gives you a pretty good
The
idea.
lake looks like
it might seem strange, but nature is quite capable.
And those mountain...
We don't know much about them. Not even Freya could have gone up there.
What's that?
This painting. There are no photographs from this angle as far as I know.
So Freya.
Let's call it an informed estimation. Who gave you that information?
We don't actually know who. We were contacted
I
anonymously.
see. And what happens if the person who contacted you
I never thought.
Honestly, that would be kind of fun. Like a twist, you know?
It's an egg with feet.
It was locked, but we...
Fun.
Oh.
I like Flora.
Do you think
There's no way she wouldn't for any. Felix is as loyal as his ego, don't you think? Fifi.
What did you
I'm
do?
not sure. If you find out, maybe you can. She questioned me.
About
my
what?
work.
Did she
No.
search?
You sure?
No. She
How
has.
can-
Trust me. She was always. She'd come in sometimes. Eventually, this
About
Poppy
what?
wanted Freya.
Insects.
One of my jobs. Freya brought me this little glass box. She'd say, "Put all every day." I'd put a hand. Then she'd come along and take it away. I didn't really, but she was all.
Have you met this guy, Fitz? Shifty eyes. Totally suspicious.
That's.
Yeah, that I was joking.
Oh, I see. Poppy and I are friends.
Oh, I can buy that. I like to.
She's very kind. She has an interest in teaching her.
Right.
Is something wrong? Penelope is my.
Don't take this the wrong way. Penny doesn't really strike.
She's not who she pretends to be. People think she's, well, then
And how's...
good. It's good.
I imagine...
No, but I still always curious about what I'm growing. Asks me about these pretty.
I didn't think there.
Penelope's 3 favorite birds. She's very protective over them.
Are they like her
Oh,
pet?
they have names. Penelope loves to name things.
Do you remember what
I do not.
Bit of a decadent flooring choice. Tools used by a gardener for gardening. Bags of soil.
It's so blue. It's bigger in here than
Hanging baskets.
to you.
You're
Maybe.
only 2.
2 inches makes all the difference.
That's a handsome. Looks like he might have. A little chart of. Actually, I have no idea what it's about. Kinda reminds me of a periodic table.
Greek letters, I think.
Kinda reminds me of a periodic table.
What the heck's this significance? Is it like a room across the towers? Maybe. Wrote this down.
What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot.
Yeah, see, even they weren't entirely sure what this is supposed to be. It looks like it could be rooms across the tower, though it doesn't seem so. I don't know what the game wants me to do. There's like not much anything else I can interact with.
A diary can be a.
How do you know it's a
I
diary?
suppose I don't, but it does.
Is there like something I missed?
It's tidier than the notebook.
So, even the most well-used notebooks, we already solved it.
4 bugs.
There's something kinda. I just
Oh,
expected.
does it not compare to all? A spyglass?
They're in very good condition. Pretty.
Every astronomy tower.
I want to try.
What? Oh my god. You can actually just use the telescope?
You can see right into Flora's room.
Not by accident.
I can see Flora, but she's not looking this way. She's looking up. Behind her is the backside of the easel holding Freya's unfinished painting. I can't really see anything behind it. Not from this angle.
Is that a window?
I think it is.
Is there another room above Flora's room?
We should check that next time we're over there.
Yep.
It's that little plant.
Don't you think it would fall off?
Maybe it's glued down.
I can just about see the gramophone. I can see the doorway. The door itself is on the floor, knocked off its hinge. Isn't this supposed to be an astronomy telescope? I'm pretty sure you need to see the sky for astronomy to work.
It is a bit weird that we are looking directly at
Can't
Flora.
move it. I think this is just how it's set up.
There's something about pointers, something.
Let's ask
He's
him
not
about it.
actually looking at astronomy, is he? He looks
So,
like he's checking out
Professor,
Flora.
what interests you about astronomy exactly?
It's not a matter of being interested. Once you expand your mind.
Mm-hmm. And how
I
long?
really don't like to give exact values unless I'm sure I can quantify them.
Convenient?
Why do you ask me these things?
I have a theory about you, Professor.
Oh? Go on.
You're not really interested in astronomy at all.
What could you possibly mean by that?
I think you're interested in a slightly different field of research.
That's not it. That's not it.
I don't have time for tiny, insignificant insects.
Well, they are
My
locked in
studies
that little
focus
thing.
only on the
That's why I figured.
inconceivably large and the
I thought he was staring at her.
far away.
Right. That's why you like using your telescope so much.
Yes, naturally. My little portal into another world.
Yeah, about that.
He keeps staring over at Flora.
Pointer's telescope was actually looking at the crime scene and not up at the sky.
First, you accuse me of being a lowly entomologist. Now you're accusing me of, what, spying?
Are you spying?
Why would I need to spy on Flora?
Why? Because you lost your golden beetle specimen, and it's made you paranoid. You think somebody stole it from you.
Might not have been Flora you were spying on. Might have been Freya.
It's a very precious specimen. Incredibly rare. Valuable in ways you could never understand. Freya was always sneaking
I guess
around,
these diagrams
both
have like
towers
no
and in the
meaning. They're
gardens,
just like
too.
a red herring,
She
maybe?
was definitely up to something.
So, this next question is important. You were looking to Flora's room around the time of the murder. Did you witness the crime, Professor?
No, I didn't. When I looked into the room, Flora was already lying on the floor.
Flora? You mean Freya?
No, Flora. She was lying by the window. I couldn't see Freya at all. It was fairly dark, and the telescope isn't at a very good angle. That's why I decided to head over there myself. I needed to know what was going on.
This changes your statement, doesn't it?
It
No,
does.
Everything I told you in my statement was true.
He was looking for a
Apart from
guidebook.
the reason you left your tower in the first place.
He was looking for a book.
Let's go over what we know about the crime scene.
Yeah, he said he was looking for a book, but now he's changed his answer.
Freya was definitely up to something.
Something to do with the statue in the garden, I think.
Maybe we should go back and check. And we could have.
Yeah, she said something about the harp. She didn't understand it. That wasn't there before, was it? This wasn't there before.
This wasn't here before.
What is it?
It's a little wooden toy.
There's a note stuck to the back.
What does it say? Grimoire?
This is my new friend. He likes melodies. Simple melodies will move his soul. Best of luck to you two, Freya. Oh, it's a Rorschach. He likes melodies. Simple melodies will move him.
What do you think? Is it really from her?
How can it be?
Why don't we check the handwriting with Freya's diary?
Good idea. Hold on.
Well?
It's a perfect match.
Oh, it's confirmed. We have a ghost helping us.
Let's keep this to ourselves for now.
What about the little wooden toy thingy?
Maybe we can put it to some kind of use.
Likes noise.
It's a
Let's see.
bandstand.
It's small for a
It's a one-man bandstand.
We know a little more about the crime scene now. So, what do you think? Was Freya stabbed by her own painting?
No. Why was there blood on the painting? Blood from a paint pot was used to paint the red tip of painted.
Blood from the paint
Yeah, something like
pot
that.
was used to paint the red tip of the painted ink dip feather to resemble a bloody knife.
I think you're right. Can't decide if I'm disappointed or relieved.
I have a question. Why?
Either it's
Same.
a very strange coincidence, or somebody set it up.
Somebody deliberately put blood in the paint pot and hid that feather after the crime. Why? To distract us?
Possibly.
Well, it worked.
Possibly.
Flora's the only person who could have hidden the feather, unless someone took it from her.
Let's go over what we do know. The door was locked the whole time. It stayed locked until Fitz kicked it down. Normally, it can only be opened from the inside. Pointer said he couldn't see Freya from his telescope, but he did see Flora lying by the window.
So whatever got Freya got Flora too?
Except Flora survived. She didn't get a stab wound like Freya did.
Hold on. If there was no knife, then what did stab Freya?
It could be anything. It might not even be important.
How is it not important?
Right now, I'm less interested in the what, and more interested in the how.
The angle of Freya's wound suggests she was stabbed at a perfect right angle. That is, from directly in front of her. But she was standing right up by the canvas.
Somehow, Freya ended up lying on her back, still perfectly in line with a painting.
Maybe something went through it.
Through the painting? Wouldn't that leave a hole?
Okay, well, how about this? How do we know Freya was stabbed before she fell over? Maybe her being stabbed and her falling over are completely unrelated.
Well, we know that room is up there because of the window.
What's in that little box? I bet it's bones. A skull, at least.
You know, maybe I won't open it.
Ah!
It's a statue of a wolf, standing up straight, like a man.
You know, there's a name for that.
I know.
It's not quite as dusty as everything else up here. Also, it's not a statue. It's stuffed.
What is that?
Not sure. Some kind of reel?
Looks like it might attach to something.
Really thing.
Just dusty junk.
Nothing catching my interest.
I'm sorry, is this spooky attic boring you?
Kinda. It's a jar. The head screws off.
Huh.
Nothing catching my
I'm
interest.
sorry.
Kinda. At least the moths are kept well fed.
Just dusty junk. Just dusty junk.
Someone painted out the window.
Do you think it was done recently?
No idea. Either way, it's pretty suspicious. Where's that light coming from?
No, it's just daylight, I think. There's a decent gap between those floorboards. Is that what I think it is? Is that what I think it is?
Seems likely she got shot from above.
Sally, you don't have a dust allergy, do you?
No. Do you?
Put it this way.
What is it?
We don't know.
My friends, shed.
It's the most depressing idiot.
Okay, he doesn't. Maybe Fifi would know? Oh, right. This thingamajig.
Is this yours, Fifi?
I do not recognize it. And besides, I would have no use for such a thing. Perhaps it could be used to hang wet laundry?
Was that a joke?
Yes.
Forgot. Let me try this. It said something about music, so if we ring the bell... Trying to write this shape down. I don't know what this. I see the bell. I don't know what else you can get the bell. Oh, it's okay. Nice. It just tells you that. Trying to remember if there was any other noises. Piano. I need to make her play cheap.
Yeah, it's mine.
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's
There we go. Piano. Okay, so I don't even need to write these down. While I'm at it, ask her about this
Where did you
thingamajig.
find this?
It was in the attic.
Oh, I forgot we even had an attic.
Okay, so nothing from her. In here maybe? No, the thingamajig. I forgot.
It's a metronome.
Okay.
It's ticking. Is it a bomb?
It's supposed to be ticking. Not sure what those symbols are, though. Nothing.
We can't rotate the pendulums directly. We just have to...
I did it. What do I win?
Not bad. What happened?
A little hatch unlocked in the back.
Anything in there?
Mm-hmm. It's a photograph. Part of a photograph.
Is it the other? It is. Oh! So that was her. Okay. That explains why she was very reluctant to tell me why there's a... It's pink. It's pink.
There's something about that pink cassette tape. Something suspicious.
Let's ask Poppy about...
Yep, let's go interrogate Poppy about her pink tape.
Yeah, I need to confirm something with you, Poppy.
Confirm away.
What can you tell us about this cassette tape? Is it yours?
Nah.
It belongs to Freya. She liked to have music playing while she was painting, you know.
And do you know what kind of music is on this tape?
No idea. Acid jazz?
It's piano music. Sounds an awful lot like your music, to be honest.
Sure it doesn't belong to you?
Why are we even talking about this? Cassette tapes have been redundant for a good few years now.
The tape was found at the crime scene. It was in the gramophone.
It's not mine. I'd never own anything like that.
Why not?
Not my color.
You used to like these colors.
Ridiculous.
We need a clue to compare with the cassette tape. Something that proves Poppy used to like these colors. Let's take a closer look at this. The pink cassette tape found at the crime scene matches the pink cassette player used by Poppy in this old photo.
That is not me.
Yeah, it is. I'll prove it. You look a little different, but Fifi and Freya are pretty recognizable. It's clearly a photo of you with your two best friends. Why'd you tear it up? And then hide it?
I think the answer is pretty straightforward. Poppy doesn't want to look like that anymore.
That's it.
Pretty much.
Makes this whole thing seem kind of irrelevant.
Maybe. It depends on the reason.
The reason she doesn't want to look like that anymore?
The passage of time is a powerful thing.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Hold on. This means that pink cassette tape does belong to you, Poppy.
It used to. I recorded some piano music onto it and gave it to Freya as a gift. Years ago.
Freya could have easily been listening to this tape at the exact moment she was killed. There's gotta be a connection between the tape, the gramophone, and the murder.
There's one other thing I want to know. How did it get that crack down the middle?
I have no idea.
What is that?
I'm not sure.
Why don't you go back and double check the area you found it? Maybe you'll find the rest of the something.
I'm not so sure about that.
Who's that?
Not sure.
Strange.
Nothing to say to her at the moment. I wonder what would happen if he showed it to Fritz.
Any idea who this is?
No, I...
Yeah, I figured.
I don't know what that is.
Me neither.
Me, 3. Oh, I thought you said...
Okay, well, let's go up here. Because the, I'm pretty sure I can get the 2 other sounds I need from the gramophone.
It's piano music.
Maybe not.
Someone humming a tune.
There it is. Humming. I don't think it's gonna be this one. Yeah, okay. So we got 3 sounds. Well, will the game get mad at me if I only know 3 of them? It might. See, because...
I'm still not sure.
Should we take another look?
Oh, I see. So we really do need to know all of them. Of course we do. It's a matter of knowing all the sounds. Birds.
Let's come back later.
Okay, so we know where the bird. We know what the last sound is. We just go up here, maybe.
Trees.
In a garden.
In a garden. Trees.
In a garden.
In a garden.
Maybe not. Maybe the other birds. Her birds.
They're bird cages. But the birds
Is
are...
that a metaphor?
Oh, it totally is.
And especially...
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
I must say the girls are.
I think they know. They belong
They
to
need a
us.
special.
Do they have
Of course.
names?
Let me introduce.
I've already
Which
forgotten.
one?
Oh, that's
Tatiana.
Glad we're clear.
What about the
on
one?
my. It's just my hat. Doesn't have a name.
I can't decide what's
Or how
what.
she looks now.
Do you know who this is?
Oh, absolutely no. Is that?
Maybe.
We have no idea.
Let me try this one. There's a bird here. I remembered it because it's sitting in the bird bath. Ah, there we go. Nice.
That's all for...
So, what?
Should we go back to the...
Let's try this again.
Yeah, I was stuck on the bird.
You know, I think we might be able to solve this now.
Nothing.
Huh? Oh, hold on a sec.
I'm sure we can solve this now.
Crown. Looks like a crown. Kind of weird that it it even records them right here. But you're required to like just remember the order. Steve Jobs. What's Ligma?
Spooky. What do you think it's for?
I think it's...
Is it working?
No.
Sorry,
Let's
it's like
try this.
I see Rorschach and I'm thinking of that stupid name. Oh, did I have to do this? Is that what it's asking me to do? Oh, I see. No? Bell. Yeah, that's the bell. This is the bell. This is the singing or the humming. This is a burb.
I guess that's wrong.
How is that wrong? Am I supposed to just put the shapes?
That's gotta be right.
Nothing. Maybe it's broken.
Wait, do you hear that?
Okay. That's kind of specific. Darn ads? Oh, sorry about... I'm not really sure how to control ads.
Are we gonna go in?
I wonder... I guess you... Can you...
Yeah.
Well, now that I know this, I wonder if you could interact with it on a separate playthrough. Like, just go in automatically knowing the answer. Probably not,
But
huh?
there's a couple of things I want to do first.
What? Collect all clues, complete suspicion for all suspects. Clues? What did I miss? Oh wait, she said check the attic again. Okay, well let's try that again. Did I miss something on the floor? There's the thingy-majig. There's the blacked out window. This has nothing
What's
in
in
it, I'm
that
pretty
skull?
sure.
Maybe I won't open it.
Nothing catching my interest.
Sorry.
Kind of. Where's that light coming from?
That's just daylight. There's a decent gap between those.
There's the murder scene.
Is that what I...
Something was fired at her from above.
Nothing catching.
Sorry.
Kind of.
The wolf is...
Dusty.
They
You know, there's-
made
it's
a
not
note
quite
of
as
it that it's
dusty.
not dusty
Also,
like
it's not
everything
stuffed.
else.
It's a stack.
You know, it's not. Also, it's stuffed.
Also, it's stuffed. Nothing's in this.
Nothing catching my interest. Kind of.
Maybe that's it. There's a rope. Nothing attached to it. Pot's
It's a jar.
head screws off, but it doesn't
It's a
say
jar.
anything when you try to screw it. Ripped photo. Real thing. So I'm missing like one piece of evidence somewhere, and I just don't know where it would be.
Every
I
astronomy.
want to try.
Is there something here I didn't see? Windows blacked out. You can definitely see that. Floor is just sort of gaping out the window.
It's the tower opposite this one. You can see right.
Not by
I can
accident.
see Flora, but she's behind her is the back side of the easel. I can't really see anything behind it. Isn't this supposed I'm pretty
I
sure.
can't move it. I think this is just how it's set up.
Maybe there's something about the easel?
There it is. The unfinished
So-
looks that way.
Do I have a guess on who it might be? One of the pointers. Is that what they're called? The pointers? It's one of them, I think. Not sure who specifically. Also the detective Hawk, this lady right here is kind of weird. She stands out to me. She's kind of strange. Also, she seems to have the same voice as this character. Like they're voiced by the same person. I can tell that just by the way that she talks. So either that's deliberate or they cut content. So I'm leaning towards one of these two. They both sound the same. I don't think it's the old man, and I don't think it's Poppy. I'm leaning like towards one of these two. What room did I not check? I've already checked Penelope's room. Checked this garden. Is there like a thing I missed? Checked books, checked tea, checked luggage, checked birdhouse, checked plant. Trunk?
Anything in there?
Bed sheets.
That's not even remotely suspicious. Traveling cases.
Empty. All of them.
That might be the. This is the.
Too
What the?
I don't know.
No, that's not what I keep hitting the wrong button. Already ran all evidence past her. Oh. Well, let's see what happens when I show her a photo of old Poppy. She'd recognize the photo if I showed it to her. Yeah, there it is, of course.
Who is that in the photo?
I'm quite sure that I have no idea.
I don't think I missed.
Is that
Of sorts.
Well, I mean, I've looked at it multiple times. I know it was in the barrel or the horn that one frog was using, but they don't seem to
Hey, look,
draw
it's
that.
a model of Tangle Tower. What do
They're
you
not
think
drawing
of it?
the comparison for some reason. Like, they're not giving me the option to delve into that further. Like, it's in this thing over here. It was clearly in this thing. Yeah, I opened the diary.
Oh, whatever it is.
Well,
Yeah,
it is
like
got
there's
cracks.
broken
It's all
glass on the
broken
floor.
glass.
Like, there it is. Poppy says she didn't break the statue. Or hold on a sec. Is there anything else in that diary that makes it any sense to me now? Soul Bearer works. Impressive little thing. I have 2 now, need 2 more. Soul Bearer. Is that... I think that just means, sound. Maybe? Soul Bearer? It wasn't the piano. Bird? Not a bird. I don't know what Soul Bearer is. It's like a special... It's like... It seems like a proper name, like she gave it to something. Found my way into the middle, surprisingly simple compared to the harp. I saw them all 5, eyes blackened out. It's back in flesh this time. Was it me? Did I let it out? Maybe I should rip up that painting. I'm assuming she's referring to that giant ass painting that she took a photo of that has 3 dots. This little photo right here.
A painting.
Why? would
Maybe
you-
Freya
the
enjoyed.
atmosphere?
Hang on. There's a smaller
It's
version.
a photograph.
Yeah, like, this looks like it's on a board. Like somebody drew lines off of it. I guess I need to go into this thing here. Or wrong one. Maybe? Hold on a sec.
The ground's moist.
I cannot believe how excited.
Thought it was gonna be like pixel hunting. It's from a wine glass, or there'd be water. Did you just talk to Hawkshaw about her telescope? She has a telescope?
Is that a...
If it is.
Oh,
it's a clock.
how did I miss that?
I'm guessing it doesn't tell the time.
So what does it do?
Rotate dials until all 4 hands are in correct position. Numerical positions, okay. Oh. Just put them in the right position, okay. So, this one... Nine. There we go.
No, that was it.
Nice work. What's in the box?
A little tool thing? Looks like a telescope, but I'm not actually sure what it is.
Small glass lens.
This belongs to you, Hawkshaw?
It
Correct.
should. It was in your box.
And, what is it?
It's my handheld microscope for up-close investigation work.
What do you magnify with it?
Trace particles, dust, oils, clothing fibers.
Have you used it here at Tangle Tower?
I have. I used it to examine the greenhouse only 2 days ago.
What were you looking for?
That is between myself and my client.
A giant...
AKA
Right.
a
I need to go
greenhouse.
talk to maybe... Let me see if Fitz says something about it.
You ever seen this before, Fitz?
No, but I don't normally go into Fifi's room.
That's not where we found it.
Oh, I just thought it looks like it belongs to her.
I'll ask Fifi then. Or, yeah, I keep instinctively clicking buttons when I know I need to click on them.
This belongs to Professor Pointer, does it not?
No?
So Fifi doesn't know.
Think so.
So it's Pointer then
Who
next.
else would own such a pointless little telescope?
It's a telescope.
Yeah, I was gonna
yes.
say, it's
It
not
has
a
telescopic
microscope. It's
lens.
clearly a
It can only
telescope.
be used for looking at things
Like a
that are
telescopic,
far
like
away.
on a rifle.
There's something about Hawkshaw's handheld microscope.
Yeah, because she just gave
Something
contradictory
suspicious.
information.
Let's ask her about it.
She should be the last person I need to grill.
This little microscope thing? You said you used it to search the greenhouse.
And this would make perfect sense if you knew what my client had asked me to find. Of course, I still have no intention of disclosing that information.
You're such a tease, Hawkshaw. Don't worry, we already worked out what you're searching for.
What was she hard to find? Probably the bug.
You're not as hopeless as you look.
Thanks.
So, that's
It was
what you were
found
looking for
in
the greenhouse?
The
This
other
beetle?
guy's study.
Surely even you can understand the logic of it. The greenhouse is
He was
home
looking
to
for
a
the
crate
bug.
to many
He
insects.
hired her
The gardener
to look
could
for the
have
bug.
easily kept the beetle hidden
So it's like,
in
I was
there.
wondering, is like, she
Well,
was
that's
here
a good
before the
question.
murder. So
But
she was clearly not here to
searched the
for the murder.
greenhouse.
She was here for something else.
He is not exactly the type to appreciate subtlety. He simply didn't notice that I was using my microscope.
What
It's
do you
not a
reckon,
microscope,
Grimoire?
though.
I know for a fact she didn't use the microscope in the greenhouse.
Yeah, it's not a microscope.
It's not a microscope at all.
All of a sudden, Detective Grimoire is some kind of expert on microscopes.
I mean, no, Fifi told me.
The handheld microscope according to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens.
Yeah,
so
it's
Hawkshaw
clearly a
lied about
telescope.
it. I'm inclined
Because
to
it's shaped
believe
like a
Fifi
telescope.
when it comes to stuff like this.
Microscopes are
Why
just,
did you
are just
lie about owning a
constructed differently.
telescope?
When you were a child, what did you aspire to become?
A detective?
Video game player on the
Member
internet.
of the galaxy.
I wanted to be an astronomer.
Really?
I harbored a desire to understand the secrets of the wider universe. A fool's errand, to be sure, but a seductive one. At 15, I decided instead to apply my intelligence to the world around me. And so, I became a detective. But the yearning for elusive knowledge is a powerful force. I tried to keep it with me.
Sorry, but we're way off track. What's the deal with the little telescope?
A memento from my childhood. Little more than a toy.
Why did you bring it with you?
When I discovered that it was Professor Pointer who had hired me, I dared to consider it something of a planetary alignment. I had hoped he might sign my telescope. An extremely childish indulgence, I admit.
I never would have guessed.
Hold on. You're admitting you didn't use it in the greenhouse then?
Correct. As it happens, I have no need to search the greenhouse to such a degree. Professor Pointer doesn't consider the gardener a suspect in our theft investigation.
So, who is your suspect?
Things have become complicated. My lead suspect is your murder victim.
Are we done?
For now. It's about time we found out what's beneath the garden.
Alright, got everything.
Where do you think it goes?
Down.
Down. The Underdark. What? Oh, spooky. There's a thing over here. These are all
Like they're being
shattered.
boiled. But the liquid is ice cold. What's in there?
Bugs.
It's a little diagram of a beetle, with some incomprehensible notes scribbled next to it.
They're jewel bugs.
What?
It looks really normal compared to the beetles behind the glass.
Yeah, this one looks like a real beetle, but then all of these beetles look like jewels or something.
9 beetles. All different, all dead.
Poor little guys.
There's a bunch of notes written all around them. It's mostly numbers. No idea what they mean. Hand-drawn entomology charts.
What a mess.
Any idea what this is all about? Reminds me of the chart from the library.
The one from the chalkboard.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one that's near Fifi. This one vaguely looks like the one that's near Fitz. There it is. There's Fitz's diagram.
This looks like it was drawn in a hurry.
Didn't we see those same symbols in the greenhouse?
Yeah. We saw them in the greenhouse. These are astronomy. This is an astronomy chart of some sort. And then this, I guess, just overlaps with these.
Is that a periodic table?
No, but it does kind of look like one.
It
What are
does.
those symbols?
They're alchemic symbols,
Alchemic? Okay.
mostly based on the planets, the sun, the moon, stuff like that.
Huh.
Do I need to write this down, maybe?
It's so dark. I can barely tell what I'm looking at.
It's a hatch.
But we're already in the basement.
Depends on your perspective.
Let's not go down just yet. We still haven't explored this room properly.
Okay.
Is it locked?
Seems likely, doesn't it?
Oh.
We're
Okay.
looking safe.
I'm pretty sure the latches can slide into the middle.
Diagonally slide latches until they're in the correct position. Okay. Like... Key goes here. Oh, I see. Yep, So it's like... Maybe not so. No, hold on. So that means there's got to be that. It's always got to be a continuous, which means... No, not this one. Because that's as far as I can pull this one out. So like maybe right here? Yeah? No. Seems like that's the one. Oh. Maybe... like that. So it connects like this, probably. And then I needed to drag that one down a little bit more. No? Perhaps like this? Doesn't seem it. No, this... There we go. Key goes this. Just double checking. That clearly isn't the right one, so it's like this one, I think. Yeah, it's the only one that seems to make any sense. It's right there. So it goes this way. Goes maybe something like that, and then maybe connects. Nope. It's like this. Yeah, I know. I'm just like, I'm slowly making my way that way. I just need to like slowly manipulate things until they seem to make sense. The problem is that none of it seems to make any sense. Probably this one. No? That means it would have to be like one that feeds directly into it. I don't have one that sits like that. Like maybe like that. No, that doesn't seem to make sense either. Maybe this one. No. Oh wait, that would mean I'd have to pull it out a little bit further, like here, perhaps? No. Unless it's like somewhere I'm not looking. No, that's not the issue. So if I did it like this, there'd be no issue, but the problem is that there is an issue. This one always overlaps. Which means it's like something else. Okay, just do that. Do this. Find the one that makes sense. This is the only one that connects, so I already know that much. This one can't connect. This one, it could, but it wouldn't work. So it has to be like one of these. And the only one that makes any sense is this one. So it has to be that connection. This one, perhaps. Yeah. So it has to be like this one, and it connects to that one. So this one goes like this, perhaps? Like this? So that means this. And then like that maybe? Okay, so it connects there. That means... No, that doesn't work. Yeah, that doesn't work. Oh, maybe that? Doesn't seem like it. Okay. Nope, not that. It has to be like a flat, like one of these. Maybe even this. But then, yeah, like that's what happens. It doesn't connect. Top green all the way out? Like this one? Or do you mean this one? Bottom pink all the way out. Bottom pink should overlap bottom blue. Ah.
That's the one.
There we go.
Hey, not bad. Anything inside?
Appreciate that.
Yeah, more research.
More bugs. Maybe? Folder containing research. Our unique flora and fauna is a byproduct of a number of as yet unidentified chemicals. These chemicals are constantly present in water, forming clouds and filling the lake. This causes a variety of mutations. Yep. Amphibians and crustaceans the most affected. However, the chemical may travel to the food chain and cause mutations in birds and reptiles. Secret research.
Whose research is this?
Who indeed?
This is some seriously in-depth research.
That's impressive, but it's incomplete.
Yeah,
There's
it's
a
funny
section missing.
that I solved that clock puzzle so easily, and then I find a puzzle at just about connecting lines. Alright, so we just add the other research. Where are you? There you are. There. So somebody
this
else's
is
research
Pointer's
is
secret
all
lab.
over the place.
Definitely seems like he's the one using it.
I guess not a lot of people know about the secret entrance.
Right. But if Pointer's
Did I play the
only
first
one
game?
who comes
No,
down
I
here,
haven't. I should.
Why would he need to lock his
I know what
research
it
in the
is.
safe? Who's he hiding it from?
He's just paranoid, especially about his golden beetle.
Well, yeah,
What
I've
do you
never
think
played
he's
it.
trying
I
to
don't even
do
really know
exactly?
anything about the plot. Pointer has been planning to has been trying to breed the golden beetle in the underground laboratory.
Pointer has been trying to breed the golden beetle in the underground laboratory.
They
Why?
think
Because
it's
it's
Pointer,
rare?
but my
Because
guess
it's
is it
gold?
might be somebody else.
Is that it?
I think so. I don't think he cares about entomology any more than he cares about astronomy.
Yeah.
He just wants to get one over on Felix. If he can breed his own
Somebody's
gold, suddenly
trying to.
Poppy's inheritance is looking pretty,
Infinite. Might explain why he was so worried about losing the beetle. Maybe somebody did steal it.
might have been Freya after all. We know she was trying to get through the secret door in the garden.
She might not have known what was down here, though. Maybe she was just curious.
Curious, sure, but not naive.
I mean,
don't
yeah,
think she
Freya
knew
does
what was
have a
going on.
We're still
diary
missing
about
the
this.
bigger picture. There's no way this is all just about a beetle. We're done.
Ready to go down again?
Going deeper. Whoa, this is kind of spooky. Oh, this was attached to that hook thing, the reel, wasn't it?
We're too late.
There's gonna be a second Tangle Tower? Oh,
This photograph has been stabbed.
Why? By what?
Not
the
sure.
thing that was
Some kind
attached
of
to the
metal
end of this
stabbing thingy.
rope. Yep. Okay, so this is probably the murder weapon. Probably. I don't know how perfectly yet. All I know is it was positioned in the attic above where Flora and Freya were. And my guess is it probably was what killed Freya. Probably shot her right through the... Not through the chest, but like through the upper cavity of her chest. Through the shoulder. Okay. Well,
So
we
what's
found
the
the
photo?
thingamajig. It is... a photo of Flora when she was a child? Photo shows a young girl. A large man is sitting next to her. Around them are several red and white birds. A metal object was stabbed in the photo, leaving a hole in the man's chest. I don't think it's Felix. It looks like somebody... It definitely looks like maybe Freya's dad. Or Flora's dad, I should say.
Do you know who it is in the photo?
A single book on a...
This is creeping me out slightly.
Why?
I think it's a children's book.
There's the ink dip. Aquatic reptile with no eyes or a tongue. Crab with 3 differently sized claws. There it is. There's the soul bearer. The Infobie is the thing that was in the pond playing the harp. Ink dipper. An elegant bird with red and white plumage. A frog-like creature walking on 2 legs. Infobie. Looks like a kappa almost. Kinda in similar theme. A crab with 3 different sized claws. Silver snake. Soul bearer works. Neat, impressive little thing. I have 2 now, need 2 more. So there's an object, I think, associated to that crab somewhere in here, maybe?
There's a roll of paper up there.
I'll see if I can reach it.
Let me guess. Blank.
All study. I'm assuming that's where we are, right here. So,
The Grand Hall.
What's that thing in the middle?
I think it's that big glass tube. It's the room above us. The one we were just in.
The laboratory?
Yeah.
That's the room we're in now. It must... It's not labeled as anything on these plans, though.
I think it already existed when this was made.
Music room. It's the aviary. The rooftop garden. That name makes a little more sense in this context.
so according to this old diagram, the 2 towers on this weren't here yet. Everything just dead ended at the garden.
The library.
That explains why
Storage.
It's Freya's room.
So that's why Freya's room was just sort of like a hovel. It was originally just a storage room.
The Grand Hall.
What's that thing in the middle?
I think it's that big glass. The Grand Hall.
What's that?
I think it's that big.
I think it's that big
That's
glass
the
It
way.
thing.
used to be a lot lower.
Hold on. Have we been to all of these rooms already?
There's a bedroom right here. This is supposed to be Fitz's room, isn't it? This should be Fitz's room. This room right here. This isn't a room. This room wasn't available to us. This one right here.
Study. Wait.
I know what you're thinking. And no, we never.
How
That's
did
what
we
I thought.
miss it?
You can't get to it generally, it looks like. You have to like go through this. So I'm off by a floor, aren't I? Okay, that explains it. So I'm just
This
off by a
seems
floor.
pretty significant.
Agreed.
Alright, anything else?
It's an old coat rack.
2 cloaks. And a green hat draped on top for good measure.
Ooh, cloaks and a green
Old
hat.
cardboard.
How
box.
exciting.
Oh, but they're also damp and
Gross.
empty.
Gives off
What
kind
do
of
people
nothing good.
Maybe examine this.
Basements don't normally have windows.
We're at the bottom of the lake. We must be.
Right. But if that's the lake bed, why does it look like that?
Like what?
White, smooth, no plants, no anything. That's not what a lake looks like.
Is he surprised by the fact that the
Where
lake water
are
is
we?
dangerous? Or maybe it's a man-made lake. It's a man-made lake, I guess. Mystic Mansion?
Did you notice how much light this room
It kind of made
has
me think of the
for a
Black
room with
Mirror.
one candle?
It's all coming through the window.
I'm pretty sure lakes are supposed to be darker at the bottom, not lighter.
Yeah.
Why
I think
is
it's
there
the
a room
water.
down here anyway? And why is it so
They
much
did say
older than
something
the
about
rest
the
of Tangle
specific
Tower?
nature of the water.
We still don't really know why people came to live here in the first place.
Maybe they just wanted to get rich, like Pointer with his beetles.
I feel like the Remingtons came here for the lake, for what was in it.
It's empty though. More empty than a normal lake would be.
It is now, yeah. Maybe we're too late.
This man in the photo, he reminds me of something from one of our clues.
Not this, is
That's not right.
it?
That's not right. That's not right.
Green.
That's not right.
Something which depicts the man from the photo. The models? Oh, yeah, you're right. There he is.
Feel
forgot
like we
about
made a
him.
model of him for Flora.
Yeah, it makes sense when you know who he is.
It's Lord Remington, I think.
Lord Remington.
Remington. That makes him
Yeah,
Flora's
Remington's
father,
the owner of the house.
Meaning the
Or
girl
was
in
the original
photo
owner of the
is-
house.
It's her.
Yeah,
To the
that's
bird,
clearly
too.
Flora.
I never would have guessed.
With the burbs.
Times sure do change.
I don't know. I don't think she looks so different.
She doesn't. I mean, she's only in the mid-40s.
Let's head back up to the Grand Hall. I want to find that last room.
The last room is... My assumption, obviously you gotta go through this bit right here. Oh, it's pitch black in here now.
Wow, it's dark all of a sudden.
How long were we down there?
Couple of billion hours.
This must be it.
How are we supposed to get up there?
Hang on, it's pitch black, but
How
I
much-
think there's a switch.
You want to bet there's no water in this thing? Oh, never mind. It's a ladder. Easy.
A ladder.
Want to go up?
Obviously. So that's an alchemical table that I saw in the garden. Man, billion things to check. Crystal crab. Crab, please.
Is that a crab?
It's got a translucent exoskeleton. You can actually see its insides.
Also, crabs normally have 2 claws, right? Not 3? You sure we should be touching it?
Grimoire, don't you think it looks familiar?
It do. Hold on a
This
second.
crab really...
That little
yeah,
one.
but I think I've seen it more recently.
Hold on a second. Wrong one. It was... There it is. Off... Slightly.
Is that a crab?
It's got
also crab?
So it's like this... Oh, I see. There we go. Like this. Probably? Like this, and then this one was... Oh, I see. I need to... Dang it. And then this one was pointed up like that. Whoa! Maybe I need to
This
draw it.
crab-
Hold on
yeah,
a
I
second.
think I've
I'll
seen
draw
it
it out. Oh, both claws, top claws open. Bottom claw closed. But yeah, one's bent, the other one not bent. Like this, and then the bottom claw was pointed up, parallel with the left claw, but it was closed. So that's what she meant by soul bearer. Thing with the model that was in the room.
Is that a crab?
It's got a
also crab.
Crab, please. Crab, please. So this one was not pointed up. It was just like this. And then this one is pointed up and like that. And then this one is pointed up like that.
Perfect.
That's a crossbow.
What's this?
You've played Dark Souls. You know how
Something
useless
somebody
crossbows
didn't
are.
want us to find.
Yoink. Oh. So that's the murder weapon. There's the thing, the spool, and the little hook went on the barb or the plug or whatever. The thing, you know, the thing. This thing, the metal rod went on it.
What is it?
Who are all the people in this photo?
Not sure, but it looks like someone didn't like them very much. Their eyes have all been crossed out.
That looks like the head of the household. That looks like Felix in the very back. That's Felix. Ambassadors of Misted Mansion. Photo shows 2 women and 3 men wearing a variety of different clothing. This looks like it's supposed to be Freya. That may well be Pointer. Might be. May not even be him at all, actually. The thing is that there's a family tree in the grand hall, and several people's names are listed. So it may very well just be somebody from the Remington family. I'm assuming it's Remington mostly. This is probably all Remington people. She did mention something. Freya mentioned something about that. That's not Felix? Okay. Or, yeah. Maybe Felix is the guy in the front. This one right here. This may be his father. Not entirely sure, though.
That photo is important. I'm
Yeah,
sure.
she mentioned it by name. Or Freya mentioned it in her diary. Surprisingly simple compared to Harp. I saw them, all 5, eyes blacked out.
It's a wooden pinboard, hung up on one of the chains.
Looks like there's a couple of things missing from it.
Oh. Okay, so who's she then? That's kind of interesting. That's her outfit. Something off about her.
Crumpled up paper.
Is there anything written on any
Not
of it?
really. It's mostly blank. Dragon?
Snake?
Worm?
That's the one. An axe and some kind of hunting.
Honestly, doesn't...
I'm more worried about the third one.
The third
It's
one?
missing.
The one that
It's the
isn't
crossbow.
Coffee table, half-empty wine bottle, lamp left on. I'm gonna say someone's been using this room.
Someone complacent enough to leave their notebook lying around.
Finally located. Can't say I harbored any optimism, but still somehow disappointed. No better than the rest of them. Took my misted friend into the music room for experiments. It worked too well. The laboratory was another disappointment. All that effort for what? He's even more short-sighted than I could have guessed. Went to the bottom. Nice view. It's been mostly cleaned out, but I have what I need. She got in. She was careful. Nothing was moved, but I know. It's time. This is a mechanism to fire the crossbow, probably. So that means she wasn't present when the crossbow got fired, I guess. Why the lady would diagram how she's gonna kill somebody, I don't know.
What would you call it?
The of doom.
Bear.
You know, in any normal. In here, though. Another photograph.
Their faces are all crossed out with some kind of black ink.
That's weird.
Oh, you think so?
No, I mean, something I just realized. Sally, did we meet any of these people here at Tangle Tower?
Well, the woman on the left looks a little like Poppy, but her style is way different. And at first I thought the guy on the top right was Felix, but now that
Yeah,
I look
even
at
she
it,
said it.
I don't think it is him.
Was someone trying to hide it? From us?
I don't know, but it looks incomplete.
It's a mechanical
to me. I
crossbow.
wanna know
Somebody
what
fired
happened to
it
the rest of it.
with a
Where are the
machine.
other parts?
We have them.
We
Yeah.
found them already.
Yeah, see? Click. Second page. There's that one. There's that one.
I think that might attach the crossbow. but
Wrong
not
end.
This part of the
Okay.
crossbow.
This one goes on the top of the crossbow. There it is. And then there's this. And it was set up to be pulled. Automatically pulled. Or something
What
like
do you
that.
make of it?
Not sure. Let's keep an open mind.
You don't think the crossbow is the murder weapon?
I'm pretty sure it is.
Oh no, the crossbow is definitely the murder weapon. But that doesn't mean we've solved the mystery.
That's why they couldn't find the evidence of her being stabbed. Because the thing just retracted it when it was done. So I guess we're done here?
Let's not wander off right now.
Maybe. Okay, what else is there to look at?
Centipede? How many legs?
Too many.
Some kind of fish.
That's We're talking about a 15-foot.
Well, how about we stop talking about it? It's a wooden pin hung up.
Looks like there's a couple of things missing from it.
What else is there to look at?
That's how we got in.
Doesn't look like there's any other way to get in or out.
An incinerator built, still pretty hot.
Is there anything left inside?
It's mostly ashes, but yeah, there's something.
Oh, there we go. Pile. Oh. There's a feather in it. Red colored scraps of fabric are still visible. This was the feather that Flora was holding.
Someone's been using this room.
Somebody burnt some evidence.
I don't get it.
They were wondering
This
where the
room
heck
is
was the
in
feather
the
or
original
the object in
building
her
plans for the
hand,
mansion.
the bloody
But
knife.
nowadays, it's some big secret?
It's not a secret to everybody. At least one other person still knows about this room.
The way the notebook was left out on the table makes me think it's someone who has the room all to themselves.
Whoever
Or at
it
least
was,
originally.
they left more than just the notebook.
Freya knew
There's
about
a
it.
whole design project on this pinboard. Feels like someone put quite a bit of effort into it.
It's a shame there are things missing from it. I'm betting it'd make more sense if we could see it all together.
That might not be impossible, you know.
Where is it? There it is. Yeah, I figured that much. And then what else is it? Not a case file, is it? This maybe.
That doesn't
We
seem...
need something that could attach it.
This?
That's not right. Something that's been taped at the top, with
Taped at the
lines drawn on top.
tops. Oh, photo. Oh, this photo. That was from her. Okay. There we go. That's I didn't remember why I don't know why I didn't put that together.
The painting from Freya's room and those sketches. Did Freya design Detective Hawkshaw's clothes? What kind of sense does that make?
I don't think that's why Freya made that painting, but it may have been why somebody took a photo of it to use as reference. And as for those sketches of Hawkshaw, I don't think Freya actually drew them. It was somebody else, someone with less of a talent for art.
Yeah, I
Doesn't
noticed
exactly
that
narrow it
because
down.
the sketch for Hawkshaw looked
Should we
noticeably
go
worse.
ask Detective Hawkshaw about all this?
I don't think
I'm
we
not
should.
sure.
I
still
don't
know
think we
what's really
should.
going on.
I really don't think we should. Hawkshaw seems to be the culprit. The murder?
Time to solve this.
It's Hawkshaw. Definitely Hawkshaw.
All right, break out the notebook.
Not
Time to
entirely
put it
sure.
all together.
Let's start
Probably
with this.
Hawkshaw wanted
It's
money.
An arrow for the crossbow, and it matches Freya's wound. It's the murder weapon. I'm
Murder
sure of
weapon.
it.
Despite the fact it doesn't have any blood on it, and it wasn't found anywhere near the crime scene.
Mm-hmm. It was cleaned, then it was hidden. I don't think anybody expected us to get down to that room at the bottom of the lake.
I mean, they
Okay,
had to
So
remove
Freya was shot by a crossbow. Where was it fired from?
from above.
It was fired from above Freya.
Above, huh?
Yeah, our diagram doesn't show everything. Let's add in the rest of the crime scene.
Yeah.
The
They
attic.
found the spool
Perfect
up
hiding
there.
place. We even found a part of the murder weapon up there. The reel was used to pull the arrow back up through the crack in the floorboards.
Explains why we never found a weapon at the crime scene, I guess.
The murderer must have dropped the reel in the attic. I'm guessing they were in a hurry to
Oh,
escape.
okay.
Wait. The arrow was fired through the crack in the
I have an idea
floorboards?
what you mean
Yeah,
now, Thorn.
It's directly above where Freya was found lying on her back.
Nope. Doesn't add up. It would have missed her if she was still
I
standing
won't
up by
say
the
now.
painting.
I'll just let
Ah,
it explain
right.
itself eventually.
Unless-
Freya was already lying on her back.
Freya was already lying on her back.
They said she was already
before
lying
the arrow
down.
was fired.
I think so too.
She was lying down for some reason. She was lying unconscious? She couldn't have been dead already.
She'd fallen unconscious.
That.
Something in the room caused Freya
This
to
thing
feel
right here.
unconscious.
The horn. The gramophone.
The
She did
gramophone.
something to the
Right.
gramophone.
But the gramophone by itself.
There's a, you know, the
wouldn't do
crack in the gramophone. There was something in the gramophone that broke everything. It broke it broke the glass snow globe. It broke the tape. It broke the gramophone. It broke paints.
There was something in the gramophone.
I don't know what exactly though.
that. Something small.
Wait. So I actually found it? Was it the tape? This maybe? don't think so.
That's not it.
Maybe it was the tape.
That's not it.
What was it that broke it? Something that damaged everything. The bug? Do I have a bug? It didn't break the snow globe? Then what?
That's not it.
Wait, is that a wine glass? You said it was? Why do I think it's not? Yeah, it looks like a wine glass. Various shards of cracked glass. I don't have a beetle, do I? This?
Pointer's research says it can emit an incredibly loud hiss when it feels threatened. Poppy and Fitz both said they heard a loud noise around the time of the murder. Neither of them had any idea what it was.
This seems a little far-fetched. Is it really loud enough to knock someone out?
No, I don't.
I actually didn't
Not
read the
by
diagram
itself.
for it, so
But
I didn't
don't
really
forget,
notice.
It was being amplified by the shape of the gramophone. Now, I don't think we're purely talking about volume either. It might just be a particular type of frequency.
This is getting kinda scientific. Since when do you know anything about the effects of weaponized audio frequency?
I don't, but I think someone else does. Do you remember that statue we found in the music room? The hornet's playing. It's a pretty similar shape to the one on the gramophone. That broken glass isn't there on accident. This is someone's science experiment.
Thinking about it, Pointer said he saw Flora was knocked out too. I guess they were both in range of the noise, although Pointer might have been lying.
Personally, I think he was telling the truth about that. It's pretty clear a powerful frequency did pass through Flora's tower. Caused quite a bit of damage too. Those cracks didn't appear out of nowhere. Freya's paints, the pink cassette tape, and the gramophone itself, they all sustained similar damage while they were in that room.
That's some seriously powerful vibration, enough to crack metal, enough to knock someone out all the way across a room.
Yeah, that's the one thing I don't get. If the frequency was so powerful and had such a big range, how did the murderer pull it off? Wouldn't they have been in range too? Think about it. They can't have been much further away.
They
from
were
the
wearing
gramophone
those
than
headphones.
Flora was.
They protected themselves.
How?
Well, I thought it was
These
from
are
range,
some
but apparently it
pretty
wasn't.
heavy-duty earmuffs.
They were sitting up there
I think
firing
they'd be
it.
enough to block out the sound.
Right. Let's go over everything from the start. 1. Freya is painting Flora's portrait. They're listening to music on the gramophone.
2. The murderer is hiding in the attic, wearing earmuffs.
3. The golden beetle starts to emit its hissing noise.
Hold on. How did it know?
The beetle?
Yeah, what triggered it at that particular moment? Pointer's research said it makes the noise when it feels threatened.
I'm not sure. Maybe something in the music?
Maybe.
4. Freya and Flora are both knocked unconscious by the vibrations. Freya lands on her back. She drops the brush and palette by her side.
5. The murderer fires the crossbow directly downwards.
6. The arrow is pulled back up on the reel.
7. The murderer leaves the attic, presumably.
8. The door is kicked down. Fitz and Poppy enter the room.
That's it. There's something bothering me.
What?
I just want to check something. Let's go back to the crime scene.
answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
Sure. Not what I meant.
Freya, did you leave us a clue?
It's dark.
I heard the bug. I just don't know where it is. I guess I gotta talk to her. I heard the bug. I can hear it.
Something that's not here.
The
thing
flower
we
pot's
didn't
missing.
find. We know she was holding it during the painting.
Flora's ink dip feather?
It was here, in this room. Where'd it go?
I have it on me.
We found it somewhere else.
It was in that burnt pile. There it is.
We were a little too late to save it.
So it was stolen from the crime scene, and ended up in the incinerator down in the study.
Someone wanted to destroy it, I guess.
But how? How was it stolen from up here in Flora's tower?
Presumably, Flora dropped it when she fell unconscious.
Yeah, and then what? The murderer couldn't have stolen it if they were up in the attic.
So the question is, how could they steal something from a room they weren't able to access? The final clue about the crime scene. Freya left it for us right here. It's inside Flora's egg.
You think so?
Maybe not. Freya left it for us right here. It's in the gramophone.
You think so?
Maybe not. Freya left it for us. It's in the unfinished. It's not quite a photo, but still. It's
Oh,
an
I see.
Image of the crime scene. If only she'd finished it. Then I could be totally sure.
So there were
It's
two
true
pots.
she never finished it. But she did intend to finish it.
Meaning?
We know more about the painting than what Freya actually got down on the canvas.
What am I? How did Freya show us her intentions? It's unfinished. How did she show her intentions in the painting?
That's not it.
Do I just...
That's not it. That's not it. Freya prepared all the colors she was going to need.
Oh yeah, she
before
mentioned
started
that.
painting.
Blood. The blood. Yeah, this. Blood on the brush isn't actually paint because potted plant is... Hold on. This sketch. Hold on a sec. Was going to be used to paint this. Green, maybe? No, this is black. Okay. Brown and gray, maybe.
Brown and gray paint was going to be used to paint the sketch of something sitting in the window. Almost. Maybe just change.
Maybe this color. Brown and gray, maybe?
Brown and gray paint was going to be used to paint the
Yellow?
sketch of something sitting in the window. Almost. Maybe just change. The yellow paint
Why yellow?
was going to be used to paint
Maybe
the
because of the
sketch
sunlight?
of something sitting in the window.
Maybe that was the plant. The plant was yellow, I guess.
Oh,
Maybe it was the bug. It's probably the bug.
That's not it.
That's not it. Maybe it's a feather.
That's not it.
Maybe it's a bird. It's the bird. It's the bird.
There she is.
It's Penelope. Penelope is... That's what I figured.
Thief.
So the game really does draw it out.
She did.
Yep, you're
She's
Penelope,
very good
dressed up as
listener.
Hawkshaw. I figured it was her because their voices are the exact
I think
same.
This has quite served its purpose, don't you?
Whoa. Wow, you look really different.
Penny, why did you...
It's Penelope, if you don't mind. But before we begin, isn't there a certain formality demanding our attention?
Leave her untied or tie her hands. I mean, you did kill her, so...
Lovely. Now, tell me, what was it that drove you this far? I'm ever so curious.
Justice for Freya.
Is that right? Interesting.
Why did you do it, Penny? What did Freya do to you?
Absolutely nothing.
So,
The
what,
bug, though.
You just hated her indiscriminately?
Freya Fellow was an inspiration to us all. She was possessed of a great
And I would have gotten away
energy.
with it, too,
The
if it weren't for
volition
you
to create
damn kids.
Something from nothing. The willpower to walk beyond her boundaries. She was truly free. Everything I couldn't be.
You know what? I just realized I actually have no idea who Penelope Pointer really is.
Weird, isn't it? Considering we've met her, what is it, 3 times now?
Exactly.
She knew too much.
How do we know this
I mean,
one
that is
isn't a
true.
disguise
She did
too?
know too much. She mentioned in her diary
You
how she
think
went
you've
into the
already
bottom
hollowed us
areas.
out, don't you? Only a few short hours at Tangle Tower, and you feel like you've got everyone sussed. Unearthed every
She said
single
it.
one of our secrets.
Amogus.
Nothing but bullet points for your notebook. Go on, indulge me. What does it say in your notes about Penelope Pointer?
She's a murderer.
I suppose I can't argue with that, can I?
Penny, we only know what you choose to tell us, so why not help us out?
Very well. Penelope Pointer is actually not very important at all. She pales in comparison to those who came before her and to those that came after. Living at Tangle Tower, it is very difficult to attain the levels of self-realization you probably take for granted.
You sure this is a Tangle Tower thing?
Pretty
And not
much.
a you thing?
Perhaps you didn't notice. Not one of them is happy. Not one.
So why stay? Why not just leave?
I thought she did leave. Penny, you said you traveled, didn't you?
I did. Many times I've walked away. It did not help me. You saw the family tree hanging in the grand hall, did you not?
Yeah, it
Yep.
lists a bunch of people who don't live here anymore.
A bunch of people who don't live here anymore. I couldn't have put it better myself. My mother, for one. My father, too. The other 2 Remingtons. Poppy's mother, Primrose. And her brother, Richard.
And Fitz's father.
That's 5. 5 people that might have lived here, but don't.
And that was the first question I wanted answered.
You wanted to know where they'd all gone?
More than that, I wanted to know if I belonged with them. I have no place here. Not among the Fellows, the Remingtons, or the Pointers. But
Yeah.
I felt there must be a reason why everyone else left. Some common purpose they all shared. Perhaps it could be my purpose too.
So, what did you actually do about it?
Nothing I could do, at first. Nobody would tell me anything. The more questions I asked, the fewer answers I got. Then, I found it. I was 19. Same age Freya is now.
Found what?
The study. The one hidden in the middle of the house. It's right next to a bedroom.
I'd hear voices at night. Deep ones. And the strangest thing, the wall behind my bed would get incredibly hot. For hours on end. The paint would peel. Wallpaper wouldn't stay up. I thought I was cursed. I thought it was something trying to break through. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I found my way
I
in
know,
the same
right?
way you did.
You'd go from the
Which
top
means they
floor
act
to
simple.
where she was sitting out in the
So,
patio,
you
and
got
it's like,
into
how
the
in the,
study and
how does
found
she
the
jump between
incinerator.
places so
That
quick?
must have been a relief, right?
It was.
I can
still
understand
warm
why they
when I
did it
found
that way. They didn't want you to just
Then,
immediately draw
I looked
conclusions.
inside. Let's see how thorough you've been. Tell me, do you know what a misted is?
Misted?
Sounds like a what?
What?
As I expected. After all, their connection
I assume it's
to
a
the Freya
bug.
case is minimal, at least at the surface.
Sorry, what are we talking about?
It's a collective term from before my time. Birds, insects,
Okay.
amphibians, anything
just
living off the lake
a group.
water. The mutation can take several generations, or it can happen overnight.
Wait, mistids. Like cryptids. Like Bigfoot or whatever.
A little egregious, isn't it? I suspect that was an intentional parallel. The main difference being mistids are perfectly real. They're just kept secret. Or at least, that was the original plan. As it happened, some got out. Quite a few got out.
How do you know all this?
When I entered the study at 19, I found a single object that rather changed my life. Something which answered my questions while at once creating all new ones.
Something found in the study. Study. Not this. This?
The 5 missing family members standing together as a single unit, calling themselves the ambassadors of Misted Mansion.
So, the house was renamed from Misted Mansion to Tangle Tower?
And rightly so. The age of
It was
Misted
the only
Mansion
thing that I
is
could
long
think of.
past. When I looked inside the incinerator on my first visit to the study, I found nothing but ash. The afterimage of a bygone era, denied to me in its entirety. The study, the room at the bottom of the lake itself, all empty shells. I felt my only hope lay with the ambassadors. If I could find them, maybe they'd share the family history that Flora and the others were trying so hard to forget.
How did you track them down?
It was tough.
Yeah, that was how I
They'd taken
determined it
almost
mostly.
everything.
Like,
Books,
I honestly
maps,
couldn't have figured that out
charts, the creatures themselves,
until I
all
saw the
lost,
bird.
taken away,
Like,
or
it was just a guess
destroyed.
because the voice
I got
actors,
lucky. I got a lead.
she had very similar
I
sound
found
to her.
one,
That's why I figured.
and he led me to the
It's
rest.
like, hey, they're the same person.
And
It's like,
what
so when I
happened?
saw all the
why'd
Hawkshaw
you
stuff,
paint out all their faces?
then they showed the bird.
didn't
It was like,
help you
oh,
either,
well,
did
that
they?
confirmed it. I only had like a
19-year-old
hunch.
Me had imagined
No.
they'd all left with a mission, a unified
That bird.
purpose.
You can still see it.
They
The
had
bird over there,
They
behind
were,
her shoulder.
in fact, every bit as fractured as the people that still live here. Most of them had left tracking escaped mistids. Some claimed to be researchers, others little more than hunters. All 5 completely useless to me.
Even your own parents?
Eventually, I returned to Tangle Tower. I had nowhere else to go. I considered giving up. But instead, I made a decision. There was only one person at Tangle Tower still of interest to me. My dear Uncle Pointer had suddenly made a show of taking up astronomy. A fairly superficial charade. I don't think many people were fooled by it. But I knew it wasn't just a falsehood. It was a mask. Pointer had found something from the era of Misted Mansion.
That bug. He saw the gold bug. This one.
So where did he get the beetle?
I cannot be sure, but I theorize that he received it in the post.
In the post? From who?
Who can say? Someone outside Tangle Tower. But the thought that he would be in contact with such a person, all that time, I decided to take what was owed to me.
So you stole it.
Stealing the beetle turned out to be only the first step. Upon realizing it was gone, Pointer made little effort to disguise his frustration. I asked what was bothering him. He foresaw no risk in sharing a little of the truth with his niece. He told me he'd lost a rare treasure, something he'd been keeping safe. I suggested...
Oh, the first game
innocently,
talks about this?
Perhaps it was not lost. Perhaps it had been stolen. He was very ready to believe he'd been the victim of theft. When I offered to call in a private detective, he jumped on the idea. She arrived the next day. Hawkshaw prides herself on her punctuality, as you know.
Why, though? Why go through all that? The name, the costume, and everything?
It's somewhat sad to admit, but I had little use left for Penny Pointer as she was. Hawkshaw afforded me new advantages, opportunities.
But didn't you have to pretend to be working for Professor Pointer?
Well, that was one of the advantages. Pointer was in such a desperate state, he was finally willing to share some of his secrets. On the second day, Hawkshaw explained she needed to be able to search the secret laboratory. Pointer gave in and gave me the code for the harp statue. Reluctantly, but still.
So, you stole Pointer's research?
I would have done, if I'd found anything worth stealing. But he had made remarkably little progress, barely scratching the surface of the beetle's true mystery.
Which is?
It carries an exoskeleton approximately 90% identical to gold. But it's not the 90% I'm interested in. Did you ever question what exactly makes the water here so unique? Before Misted Mansion was built over the lake. Before
Indian burial ground, huh?
A lake.
I'm just
Lord
joking.
Remington and his wife built
Hopefully
a
it's
small
not
structure here.
a
research
frickin' Indian
station,
burial ground.
Supposedly. Fast forward 2 or 3 generations, and as you saw for yourself, it's been mostly cleared out.
The ambassadors took everything when they left.
And everything they didn't take was burned in the incinerator. However, possessing additional insight, I found something the others had missed. It's not much, but I have what I need.
So, why isn't this the end of the story? Why did you stay? Why did you kill Freya?
Because she spotted Freya. Freya turned on. Freya eventually just figured it out. Something was off in the center of the house. Wait, why did it?
Simply put, Freya was too good for me. It's my fault.
Yeah, there it
Pushed
is.
her over the edge, unknowingly, but still.
She wanted the bug back.
What are you talking about?
Did you know I based the design for Hawkshaw on something Freya painted?
Yeah.
That's right. I had assumed it was purely abstract. I just thought it had a good energy. I later discovered it was a figure of some kind, something from Freya's recurring nightmare. For all her vitality, I think Freya was probably the most troubled of all of us. She was desperate to leave Tangle Tower, but she couldn't just walk away. For quite some time, she'd been trying to break into Pointer's laboratory. Freya and her friends were halfway through deciphering those symbols on the harp statue, I believe.
Why did she care about getting into Pointer's lab?
That's exactly what I wondered. At first, I thought perhaps she just wanted to free the beetles. She has a fondness for them. What Pointer was doing upset her significantly. But in fact, I think it was something else. I think she wanted to free Fiona. The real reason Freya was unable to leave Tangle Tower is that she could not get Fiona to agree to come with her. We're now firmly in the realm of speculation, but I think Freya felt that exposing the darker secrets of Tangle Tower, not just to the rest of the family, but to the world, would compromise all 3 families, and perhaps, somehow, free Fiona from the shackles of her inheritance. was her plan anyway. But something happened before Freya could find her way into Pointer's laboratory.
She found her way into your study, found your notes, found that photograph. I'm willing to bet she put it all together quicker than we did.
So she worked out what had happened to the 5 ambassadors. Specifically, what you'd done to them when they refused to help you.
Freya had made a promise to paint Flora as a birthday gift, a parting gift no less. She'd be in a locked room, several hours away from her friends. It was my best chance.
Yeah, she is
But
in the
why
center of the
hide
photo,
the
right?
attic? And why bother with the beetle at all?
The beetle
Yeah.
in the gramophone wasn't for Freya. It was for Flora. She didn't deserve to be involved. She suffered enough. I couldn't get Flora out of the room, but if she could be unconscious, then she wouldn't have to witness anything.
Why the knife? The illusion of the painted knife with the blood.
That was for Fiona. And Poppy too, I suppose. Gave them something to focus on.
Oh.
You mean it distracted them while you made your escape?
It helped them cope. The very
Okay.
idea of something abstract, something supernatural. I believe it made things marginally less painful for them, initially. Worked on you, too.
So why are you still here? Why not take your first chance and leave?
Well, I've been waiting for an opportunity to get my beetle back. I'd really rather not leave without it.
Wait, it's still here?
It's still inside the gramophone.
Yep. There's the bird, though. So the bird was the one who set it off. Oh, so she did get away.
What's going on?
Poppy, they are both awake.
I can see.
You two all right?
My head hurts. What happened to us?
You were both unconscious. 14 minutes by my count.
Really?
You're both fine. No injuries.
Was it the beetle? In the gramophone? I heard it through the ceiling in my room.
The exact same sound we heard before the murder.
I guess it must have been.
So how did we get down here? What happened to Penny?
Fitz saved both of you, obviously.
When I reached Flora's tower, you were both unconscious, and Penny was crouched down beside you. She had her crossbow on her, but who knows? She may have just been checking you were both asleep.
Did you know that she was the murderer?
Poppy and Fifi suspected her. Apparently, they were pretty close to solving it themselves.
Fitz did not want to believe us, because he liked Penny. A lot.
But what happened? Fitz, what did she do when she saw you?
She jumped out the window.
What? Did she survive?
She did.
I heard something land in the garden outside my room, but by the time I got out there to check, she was already gone.
Hang on. Poppy, why do you have Penny's hat bird?
She left him behind. I found him sitting on the floor in the aviary, all by himself. Poor little thing. The mean lady didn't care about you at all, did she? No, she didn't.
I apologize. Poppy seems to be under the illusion that the bird can understand human language.
Wait,
So
that is a real
Penny
bird.
got away.
I'm afraid
Is
she
that the
did.
joke?
We had
I guess that's the
suspected she
joke.
might try
That's
to
a real
escape.
bird, but
I was stationed
it's not
here
a real
by the
bird?
lake's edge. I proved to be an ineffective guard. She took the boat.
Did she take the beetle with her?
Nope,
How do you know?
because it's right here.
Yoink.
It was still in the gramophone. I guess I scared her off before she had a chance to take it.
Poppy, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to give it back to your father?
I'm gonna
No,
eat it.
I'm not. It doesn't belong to anyone. So, I'm going to put it on the ground and never bother it again. I think that's what she would have wanted.
Freaky 3D hand there for a second. Oh, that was fast. And just like that. Credits. Pretty good game. I liked it. It was weird. I asked for this game like... I asked to for a review code for this game like 2 years ago, maybe. Or at least around when the game came out. So I was surprised that today I got the code. They just said, here, have the code. Good game, though. I'll have to play the first one.